Happy Transit Operator and Worker Appreciation Day, everyone. Je suis fière de diriger un organisme regroupant plus de 3 000
proud to be in charge of an organization that has more than 3,000 employees.
Gonna see if we can fix that technical issue quickly, or we may come back to the video afterwards. Come back to it afterwards? Okay. Well, we'll come back to that video afterwards and get the sound working. I'll pass things over to OC Transpo's Bart Cormier, who will introduce us to some of our guests today. Good morning, Bart.
Good morning. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Chair Gower. Good morning, everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is Bart Cormier. I am the Director of Strategic Communications and External Relations, and I'm standing in for Madame Amilcar today, who is unable to be with us. As Chair Gower has just said, tomorrow is a very special day. It is Transit Operator Worker and Worker Appreciation Day. On behalf of Renee Amilcar, our General Manager, I'm very happy to be able to take this opportunity to recognize the special people who are the heart of our organization. OC Transpo is a place characterized by its passion and its commitment to service. I am proud to work alongside such a dedicated team. Every day, our employees are helping thousands of riders reach their destinations safely. I know that their work is not always easy and often requires early mornings, late nights, and operating in all kinds of weather and other challenging conditions. Today, I speak for all of our hardworking colleagues, and to all of our hardworking colleagues when I say we are here to thank you. We've invited some of our wonderful employees here today so that we can thank them in person. I would ask all of you to come to the front and join me as we take this moment to appreciate your contributions to OC Transpo and to learn more about you. So thank you all for being here with us today. I'll introduce each of our special guests individually and ask them to step forward when their name is called so that we can acknowledge them. And then once we've acknowledged all of our special guests, we'll bring all of the councillors into the middle for a quick photo. So first of all, I'd like to recognize Senior Engineer, Civil and Guideway Design, Gillian Dumencu. Gillian joined OC Transpo's rail construction program team 15 months ago as a senior engineer with the Civil and Guideway Infrastructure team. Through this position, Gillian brings her interests in urbanism and infrastructure on a landmark civic project to this role. She is most proud of her problem solving with her colleagues to deliver the best possible transit to all users. I'd now like to recognize from the Special Constable Unit, James Daly. James has been a special constable with OC Transpo for 2 years. As part of his role, he is a member of the Peer Support Network and a representative for the TransSecure program. James loves that his role allows him to work with all of the public and to keep people safe. I'd now like to recognize Relief Instructor O-Train, Miguel Almeida. Miguel has been with OC Transpo for 23 years, starting as a bus operator, moving to a light rail operator, and now is a relief train instructor for lines 2 and 4. Miguel loves to see trainees develop and excel throughout their program. Alongside his fellow instructors, they put their hearts and souls into training new employees to provide the best service for the residents of our city. I'd now like to recognize electric rail operator John Vidra. John has been with OC Transpo for the past 20 years, starting as a bus operator and now as an electric rail operator. John is proud of creating a safe work environment and ensures that safety is the top priority for all of our customers. I'd now like to recognize diesel rail operator Deepak Kumar. Deepak has been with OC Transpo for 3 years, starting as a bus operator and then transitioning to a diesel rail operator. Deepak is proud of his work contributing to the successful launch of lines 2 and 4, and he loves to be part of a great team and to ensure that customers can get to where they need to go safely and on time. I'd now like to recognize Transit Supervisor Gurb Singh Chahal. Jurbakshish Chakal has been with OC Transpo for 19 years, starting as a bus operator and transitioning to a transit supervisor. He loves helping customers on their journey every day and the flexibility of the work environment within the department. Some of Gerb's fondest memories at OC Transpo are the cross-collaboration between OC Transpo and other city departments to help customers on their journeys. I would now like to recognize Rail Supervisor Jason Richard. Jason joined OC Transpo 13 years ago and has held the roles of bus operator, diesel rail operator, and now a diesel rail supervisor. One of Jason's most memorable projects is working on the training simulations during trial running. He loves the ever-changing and surprising nature of transit throughout Ottawa. I would now like to recognize bus operator Armand Paquette. Armand has been with OC Transport for 44 years and is a second-generation bus operator. As a bus operator, he loves when his passengers share a little bit about themselves when he's driving them to their destinations. I would like to recognize bus operator Sharon Bowe. Sharon has been a bus operator with OC Transpo for 34 years. She enjoys providing a safe and reliable ride for her passengers. She believes that transit is a vital part of the community and strives to make her passengers feel comfortable every day aboard her bus. I would now like to recognize Paratranspo operator Jean-Marc Pilon. Jean has been a Paratranspo operator with OC Transpo for 38 years. Brightening the day of Paratranspo customers is his favorite job. It's not just getting from point A to B, it's about making a positive impact on customers' lives. I'd like to recognize garage attendant Rick Beltion. Rick has been a garage attendant with OC Transpo for the past 23 years. Throughout his career, he has held the position of relief service supervisor and ATU shop steward. Rick's favorite part of his job is the friendships and camaraderie he's built throughout his career. He believes OC Transpo is a great place to work, various opportunities to try new things. I would like to recognize General Repairer Ryan Arbour. Ryan has been with OC Transpo for 11 years, starting as a building service attendant and now as a general repairer. He enjoys using his mechanical skills to repair a variety of parts on OC Transpo's buses. He's thankful that OC Transpo has been supportive in his personal journey to acquire his gas technician license. Congratulations. I'd like to recognize from our customer service team, Caroline Leblanc. Caroline has been a customer service representative for 14 years. Throughout her career, she has trained and mentored new customer service agents and managers. Her passion is helping customers maintain their independence while providing accessible transit. I'd like to recognize transit planner Lama Abu Hamad. Lama has been a project officer for 2 years. Throughout her role, she loves to see everyone come together and to collaborate on big projects like new ways to bus. And last but certainly not least, I would like to recognize work study technician Stanislav Malkov. Stanislav has been with OC Transpo for 12 years, starting as a licensed mechanic and now as a work study technician. Stanislav loves to collaborate with different service areas and believes that working at OC Transpo gives incredible collaboration opportunities with different services to ensure customers can get to their destinations every day. I continue to be inspired by each and every one of you and the entire team at OC Transpo. Thank you for attending today's Transit Committee and taking part in this special recognition. And before we continue with our regular Transit Committee meeting, I would like to ask you to join us and for the councillors and yourself, Chair Gower, to join us for a photo. Merci.
All right, we are going to try to play that video. Apparently the audio has been audible on the Zoom stream or the YouTube stream, but not in the room. So we're going to try it from a different laptop. We'll let it play through regardless, because then it will get out to the, at least to the stream online. And here we go.
Happy Transit Operator and Worker Appreciation Day, everyone. Je suis fière de diriger un organisme regroupant plus de 3000 employés du transport en commun qui assure un service 24 heures sur 24, 7 jours sur 7, pendant 365 jours par année pour permettre aux résidents d'Ottawa de se
This
rendre à
allowed the residents of Ottawa to go to their destination.
That has more than 3,000 transit workers that work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year to be Ottawa's choice for getting you to your destination. Merci à tous les membres de la grande famille d'OC TRANSPO. C'est
Thank you
grâce
to
à
all
vous
the members
que les
of the
résidents
OC
d'Ottawa
TRANSPO
peuvent se
family.
déplacer
That's thanks to you
facilement
that the
chaque
residents can
jour.
move
Thank you
easily.
to every single member of the OC TRANSPO family that helps keep Ottawa moving each and every day. Merci.
Thank you.
All right, that's great. Thank you so much. I have over 3,000 people keeping Ottawa moving. Merci beaucoup. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Bart, for those introductions, and happy Appreciation Day tomorrow. We will move on with our formal meeting. We have regrets this morning from Vice Chair Desroches. And Councillor Menard has notified us that he will be joining us late this morning. And Marcel, if you could do a roll call, please.
Councillor Brockington,
Here.
Councillor Carr,
Present.
Councillor Hill,
Present.
Councillor Leeper,
Here.
Councillor Lowe, Councillor Menard,
Here.
Councillor Tierney,
Here.
Vice Chair DeRoche, and Chair Gower.
Here.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any declarations of interest today? Okay, I'm seeing none. Confirmation of minutes, the minutes from February 13th, are they confirmed? Confirmed, thank you. Okay, we have a number of presentations today. We have the monthly update on rail, bus, and paratranspo. We have a presentation on fare compliance, and we have a presentation on the Stage 2 light rail transit project. So we'll go through the items in the order on the agenda, starting with the monthly OC TRANSPO update, and I'll turn it over to Bart to walk us through that. Good morning, Bart.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you, Chair Gower and the committee members for being here today. And thank you again for your indulgence in allowing us to celebrate the work of our colleagues. We have many updates to share, so without further ado, we shall begin. Next slide, please. I'm pleased to tell you that yesterday, March 16th, O-Train Lines 2 and 4 had their first Sunday in service. Expanding the service to 7 days a week marks the final phase of the phased opening of O-Train Lines 2 and 4. Since January, we have been closely monitoring the performance of all system elements to ensure reliable, consistent, and safe service for customers, and I'm very pleased to say that we have seen progress on all system elements. We're pleased with the customer response to the new lines since opening. January ridership on lines 2 and 4 was just over 313,000. I want to thank our entire OC TRANSPO team for their work on the phased opening. Bravo. As part of our ongoing efforts to improve the paratranspo customer experience, I'm pleased to advise that beginning today, paratranspo customers will be able to sign up and receive automated notifications for their upcoming trips. This new feature was developed in consultation with customers and will benefit them by offering a convenient option for tracking their trips without needing to call OC TRANSPO's customer service center. Customers can choose to receive notifications by email, SMS text message, or automated voice call. Trip notifications are available in advance of a trip, when a vehicle arrives, and when a vehicle has departed. Customers can visit octranspo.com to learn more, and this new feature is part of OC TRANSPO's commitment to enhancing paratranspo by delivering customer-focused services and improving communications. This month, we celebrated International Women's Day on March the 8th. This day provides a valuable opportunity to reflect on the work that women who work for OC TRANSPO do every day of the year. I am proud to work alongside so many strong and capable women. We continue to actively encourage women to take on roles in many different disciplines across our department, and every woman's story is a testament to the resilience, determination, and the power of opportunity. Our TRANSPO talk sessions continued with our first virtual sessions on February the 12th and 13th. Some of the topics included service delivery, our new minibuses, and O-payment. We also answered questions about TRANSPO, our transit policies, and seniors fares. TRANSPO Talks continues to be a valuable conversation with our customers to receive feedback as well as share information, and I would like to thank everyone who has taken the time to participate in one of these meetings. And I would now like to turn the presentation over to Mr. Troy Charter.
Right, thank you. Merci, Bart. Ottawa a connu deux tempêtes hivernales d'affilée le
Ottawa
13 et 16
had
février.
two storms in quick succession, up to 70 centimeters of snow.
L'accumulation totale de neige lors des deux événements a atteint environ 70 centimètres. Le délai rapproché entre ces deux tempêtes a aggravé les défis.
The delay
alors que
between those
l'enlèvement de la neige de première
two
pluie
storms
était
complicated
toujours en
things
cours lorsque la deuxième
because we
tempête
were
frappait.
still taking the snow away from the first storm. And
Et à la prestation du
we had
service.
to double our efforts of intervention.
Continuer à créer des
Snow
difficultés
blowing
tout au long du
continued
déménagement
to
et de la période
create
de nettoyage
difficulty
qui est suivie.
during the cleaning up period.
Nous avons coordonné les exercices de
We
planification
coordinated
opération avec le
the
personnel
planning
et des
exercises
responsables
with
de
staff
l'entretien de la
and
voie
people
ferrée
responsible for the
afin
train
d'atténuer les
in
répercussions
order
des
to
fortes
mitigate the impact of the strong
Aussi, nous avons mis
storms.
en œuvre l'horaire
Also,
de
we
forte tempête
implemented
pour le service
the
d'autobus pour la première
storm
fois.
schedule for the
L'horaire de
bus
forte
service for
tempête
the
reflète
first
la
time.
réduction
This schedule
de
reflects
l'achalandage qui survivent lors
the
des jours où il
number
neige.
of passengers
Il reflète également
and
les
reflects
défis qui se
also the
présenteront pendant
challenges
et après l'événement
that we will
météorologique
have after
et tente
the
d'équilibrer les
storm,
ressources afin de
the
s'assurer
time
qu'un
to free up the
rétablissement
resources
et un retour à
so
la
that
normale
the
des
service
opérations peuvent se faire
can go
vite
back
que
to
possible.
normal as soon as possible.
As a result of the implementation of the severe storm schedule, buses operated on a reduced schedule. The majority of the routes did continue to operate on this reduced frequency, with only 13 routes and our 600 series school routes were not in operation. Additionally, several bus stops across the city were temporarily closed. As well, the number of articulated buses used in service was significantly reduced. Next slide, please. As with all significant weather events, planning and preparatory activities are conducted for our bus, paratransport, and rail lines well in advance. When faced with weather like we had in February, we know that there will be service impacts, and our team invests considerable time, effort, and resources in planning and determining how to mitigate the impacts as best as possible. As expected, the weather did create some challenging road and travel conditions that impacted both our reliability as well as our on-time performance. However, the implementation of the severe storm schedule saw positive impacts on our bus service. Service operated throughout the weather event without any significant safety or vehicle issues. Additionally, with the reduction in our articulated bus fleet in service, we observed a significant reduction in the number of immobilized buses when compared to similar events in prior years. Throughout the event and post-cleanup activities, OC TRANSPO staff worked closely with our public works partners. However, road conditions, including constrained streets to the snowbanks and the general snow accumulation, resulted in some service impacts even after the storm had passed. With respect to Line 1, RTM snow clearing teams were out in full force overnight at the commencement of the storm. However, with the rapid snow accumulation, coupled with the strong winds and the blowing snow, the tracks over the Herdman Bridge could not be sufficiently cleared for rail operations to start in the section of track on that Thursday, February 13th. Rail service did start in the East End with supplemental bus service provided. By mid-morning, rail service was able to service the entire line, single tracking between Herdman and U Ottawa stations, and by early evening, rail service on both tracks was fully implemented. Service stabilized for the following days, but the snow and blowing snow, as well as the second storm, continued to pose some challenges, especially with the switches and switch heaters in the West End, where we've typically seen a high degree of reliability. This resulted in some delays and some single track operations. However, service continued throughout without any major delays or the required use of replacement bus service. So once we got through that first Thursday morning, service on Line 1 operated very well. With respect to Lines 2 and 4, the phased launch provided a valuable opportunity to assess the performance of the newly opened rail lines during the severe weather conditions. On February 13th, service did successfully launch on time. Throughout the storm events and over the next couple of days, both lines 2 and 4 continued to operate. However, there were some impacts to service, and which resulted in some delays, as well as the reliance on parallel bus service. Service delivery issues were primarily related to some challenges with the vehicle sanders, some engine faults due to the accumulation of snow on certain components on the vehicles, as well as on switches and switch heaters. While there are lessons learned, overall, service ran well, with quick adjustments made to ensure minimal disruption to customers during both events. This was the first severe weather event since the phased opening, making the first major test for the new operation. We are encouraged by the initial performance and will continue to build on its early success. So moving to next steps, I want to talk a little bit about what we're doing, based on our observations from the weather events. So we're currently finishing a series of debriefs with city staff and our contracted partners to review the recent storms and identify key actions for improvement. Several initial action items have already been identified and some are already implemented. For bus service, we are reviewing and will refine our severe storm schedule to further reduce, or if we can, eliminate the use of articulated buses during severe weather events. We are also exploring options to extend the severe storm schedule over multiple days to better support post-storm recovery operations, recognizing that it takes time for city streets and our bus fleet to return to normal service. Following a major snowfall, it takes time for our public works partners to clear and remove snow throughout the entire city. Many streets across the city were significantly narrowed due to snowbanks, making it difficult for operators to maneuver buses in certain areas. Furthermore, the OC maintenance team needs time to recover to deal with the backlog of maintenance activities resulting from the on-street defects and non-critical activities that were deferred during the weather event. As you can imagine, with a fleet of over 700 buses, many of which are stored outside, clearing the snow off the entire fleet, plowing the storage yards, all creates additional time and pressure and uses additional resources in order to complete. Additionally, and as always, we continue to collaborate closely with our public works partners to ensure the efficient post-storm cleanup, and we'll look for opportunities to improve communications during and post-event. Turning to line 1, our maintainer is reviewing and revise their winter maintenance plan with a focus on resourcing and prioritizing snow clearing operations along the Tremblay to U-Ottawa corridor, while also incorporating the Stage 2 expansion into their review. Typically, their snow clearing plans have consisted from starting at the 2 terminus stations and working their way back to the center of the line, closer to the MSF, and they've proven to be effective. However, in light of this event, snow clearing plans will need to be more dynamic and adjustable based upon the anticipated weather conditions. Switches and switch heaters, particularly those in the west end, where we've seen a typically high degree of reliability, face some challenges during the storm, largely a result of the blowing snow conditions. RTM is exploring the feasibility of adding additional measures such as switch protection or covers to help prevent this snow accumulation from impacting operations. On lines 2 and 4, our maintainer Transit Next is evaluating a few things. One being areas in the south end, areas where that experience significant blowing snow. They're looking at installing snow fences to help mitigate future snow accumulation. TNEX has already implemented a solution to address some of the challenges with the switches, which have already proven to improve the switch heater functionality and reliability. So what you see 2 pictures here on the right of the slide. The top picture is before the mitigation, and the second picture is with the mitigation. And if you look just within that top picture on the left-hand side, you could see some exposed elements. Those are switch rods that help move the tracks back and forth. And what was happening was the snow was building up in that area and preventing the switch from properly functioning. So TNEX quickly mobilized and put in a temporary mitigation, that wood box that you see there, and they'll be fabricating a permanent metal solution that'll be installed sometime in the spring, summer. We've had weather events since that installation has occurred, and it's greatly, as I said, it's greatly improved the functionality and the reliability of the switches and switch heaters. Transit Next has also implemented additional monitoring and changes to their yard operations to prevent the accumulation of snow on the rooftops of vehicles, and is in the process of investigating technical solutions to improve the train sander functionality. As with all major events, we conduct operational debriefs to pinpoint areas of strength, but more importantly, to identify those areas where there is room for improvement. We are taking very proactive steps to strengthen our response and ensure that we can provide the best possible service when faced with severe weather conditions. Next slide, please. At this point, I would like to give you a bit of an update on the status of our bus maintenance action plan coming out of the winter season and the initiatives that we have underway to manage our bus availability in preparation of the new ways to bus. Slide, please. Overall, our bus availability has been significantly challenged during the winter season. We've had a backlog of major repair work that has continued to grow, and we've struggled with some limited resources, which is compounded by a number of factors like dealing with approximately 150 defects per day during the winter, facing a particularly bad strain of flu that made its way through some of the garages, all on top of the general age-related decline in reliability that we spoke about at the previous Transit Committee meeting. We'd like to assure everyone that we are not changing the safety and reliability standard to put buses in service, but the hours of labor required per bus to meet the standard continues to be a challenge for operations. Additionally, during the winter, we were forced to prematurely retire 5 buses ahead of the planned decommissioning schedule as the repairs required to meet the safety standard were too costly or too significant to be a worthwhile investment. We may also be potentially required to prematurely decommission even more of these buses in the spring, which will ultimately pull from our pool of available buses while we wait for the e-bus deliveries. To ensure the maximum bus availability with limited resources, we've had to allocate the majority of our resources to prioritizing the shortest work orders, or what we call quick wins, to put the highest numbers of buses in service each day. Prioritizing short-term bus availability is effective during short-term periods of strain. However, it pulls resources away from the longer-term repair work, impacting the long-term outlook of consistent bus availability. This also increases the strain and driven kilometers pushed onto our younger buses, meaning we are required to put more kilometers on our good buses to meet service. Next slide, please. So what are we doing? Coming out of the winter and now looking forward to new ways to bus in April, we are now able to shift our focus and allocate more resources to the long-term outlook. Spring generally reduces both the number and severity of daily defects, which means we can start diverting some resources away from the quick wins and towards completing long-term structural repairs and addressing the backlog of major work. We are also continuing to search for used diesel buses to replace our aging fleet. That said, our focus now is to increase our certified workforce. We have been working closely with the union to improve the licensed mechanic job description and ensure that the position is as attractive as possible to external markets of 310T certified mechanics. We are starting an external recruitment program to tap into these new labor pools, including working with the Government of Canada, the IRCC, on an international program to attract skilled truck and coach technicians and build up our workforce. Finally, we are also finalizing our preparatory work for June, which will be a very busy time of year for bus maintenance. As my colleague Dan Villeneuve explained during the last Transit Committee, e-bus infrastructure construction work will require us to temporarily shut down most of Saint Laurent Garage, which is the largest of OC Transpo's garages. This will require us to displace hundreds of buses, dispersing most of Saint Laurent Garage's buses to the 3 other OC Transpo facilities. This is a huge operational undertaking and will be a big adjustment to many staff who never had to move to other locations in their careers. We've worked diligently to reassign the buses and ensure that all the garages have the resources and the parts that they require for the increased bus numbers. And we are working to ensure June will be as minimally disruptive to both our staff and our operations. I'll now hand things back over to Bart. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. Troy's update is very important today in the context of our current bus service reliability and where we as a department want to get to. We know that our customers are looking for frequency, reliability, and safety so that they can be persuaded to adopt transit in greater numbers. In our 5-year roadmap, we incorporated reliability as a key requirement to attract and retain our customers. And we have several key performance indicators to be able to measure reliability so that we can better manage it. The 99.5% service delivery target is the basis of our manage to measure approach. Our first step to manage service delivery was to measure our current standard. Understanding the gap between where we are and where we want to be allows us to understand how far we have to go and the actions required to achieve quantifiable improvements. The standard of service is a promise we made to our customers, and we must deliver on what we promised. But achieving that standard will not happen overnight. Just as Troy described, we are moving our organizational culture from quick wins and short-term goals to one that is focused on long-term planning and flexible, advanced responses. This culture change requires us to provide clear information to our employees, to City Council, and to our customers. It requires a thorough plan like the roadmap Renee presented in fall of 2022, the bus maintenance action plan we brought to this committee several times, and our focus on recruitment. It also requires policy decisions that prioritize transit. There are many external factors that affect the punctuality of our buses, including the time of day, the season, traffic congestion, vehicle availability, and operator resources. The basics of a transit system are important. We need a bus, we need an operator, and we need favorable conditions, free from bad weather, traffic congestion, detours, and disruptions in order to keep people moving as efficiently as possible. Achieving our 99.5% reliability target starts with having enough buses and operators available and enough additional resources to compensate for those external factors that we cannot control. There are many, many reasons for us to be late. There are no good reasons for us to arrive early. We have room to improve on reliability by addressing the advanced performance. Once we reach our reliability goal, we will continue to measure to manage the quality of this service by assessing its punctuality, frequency, cleanliness, and safety. In our 5-year roadmap, we have set high targets in order to be able to compare OC Transpo to the best transit systems in the world. This is the transformation that's currently underway at OC Transpo. And with that, I would like to move us to the next part of our presentation. Normally, we would present our key performance indicators, but today we have some special information on OC Transpo's performance that are based on our participation in international industry benchmarking groups. My colleague, Pat Scrimger, will speak to this in more detail. Merci.
Merci, Bart. Je vais maintenant présenter les
Thank you,
derniers
Mart. I'd like to present the most recent surveys, customer survey satisfaction surveys.
These surveys were carried out for global benchmarking groups that we're a part of. OC Transpo takes part in 3 of these international groups. Comet, first there, is the community of metros made up of most major rail transit systems across the entire world. We're one of 4 participating systems in Canada. The second one is IBBG, which is the International Bus Benchmarking Group. This has 16 agencies across Europe, North America, and Asia, and we're one of 3 agencies from Canada in this group. And GOAL, which is the group of American light rail systems, includes 16 mid-size rail transit systems in North America. Next slide, please. Tous les 3 de Comet, IBBG et GOAL sont autonomes et
Now,
soutenus
all
par le
3
Centre
are
de stratégie
independent,
de Imperial College London.
and
Ces groupes sont utiles pour
these groups are useful for us because they allow us to share technical information, reports, and to set performance standards with common definitions, as well as in-depth studies on current issues. They also undertake in-depth surveys of customer satisfaction I'll be covering in the coming slides. Next slide, please.
The latest customer surveys were conducted in April and May 2024. There were close to 2,000 responses from OC Transpo customers, and we'll continue to participate in 2025 and hope to have even more feedback. These surveys had 2 major objectives. First, to help us understand relative performance in meeting our customers' expectations, and secondly, to help us understand those areas in which we have underperformed. This is really a way for us to compare ourselves to ourselves and continue to improve. Because customers rate us in comparison with their own expectations, and the customers in all of the other participating cities do the same, we're careful not to compare the numbers in our results to other transit agencies, but rather to compare the trends with other transit agencies. Next slide, please. À l'écran se trouve une liste des sujets
Now,
couverts.
on the screen, you have a list of the topics covered by the surveys. We've gathered opinions of passengers on various aspects of the system, including service availability, access to service, comfort, cleanliness, and reliability. Next slide, please.
The chart you see on your screen shows the results for the levels of satisfaction with bus service from the IBBG study. The gray bars are the results from 2023, and the blue bars are the results from 2024. The chart shows that satisfaction has improved across all areas that were measured. Overall, we've seen an increased average score of 3.11 out of 5, up from 2.75 in 2023. These are positive trends, but we know that there are still several areas needing improvements. Next slide, please. Le graphique à l'écran montre
The
les
graph you
résultats
have
de
here
l'enquête
shows the
IBBG
results
sur
of the
la
IBBG
satisfaction
survey
du bus
on
en comparant
customer
avec
satisfaction
d'autres
for
systèmes de
buses
transport en commun à
compared
l'échelle
to
internationale.
other systems elsewhere in the world. We have the best scores in terms of resolving problems, in terms of staff helpfulness, and also in terms of environmental performance. There are several categories in red where we have room to improve. Next slide, please.
The survey also asked customers for their overall impressions of the OC TRANSPO bus service. Customers rated OC TRANSPO bus service at 2.38 out of 5. This is up from 1.76 in 2023, but still a lot of room to grow. When all of the specific aspects of the survey were combined, our customers get an average rating of 3.11, up from 2.75 in 2023. Overall, these surveys showed that the most important aspects to customers of OC TRANSPO bus service were: 1, service availability, meaning the hours of service and the frequency of service; 2nd, how long their trip takes; and 3rd, the ease of finding information. And it's interesting to note that these top 3 items were also the most important items across all the cities participating in the survey. The next slide, please. En fonction des résultats des sondages, OC
And
TRANSPO,
based on the results of the survey, OC TRANSPO will focus on the improvement of 5 main areas. This includes the route network, journey time, reliability, frequency, and alternative routes information. These priorities align closely with our 5-year roadmap, and these are areas on which our teams are actively working now. Next slide, please.
Now moving to rail operations, the chart on the screen is showing the survey results for the COMET survey for 2023 in the gray bars and 2024 in the blue bars. Here we saw an increase from a rating of 2.91 on average out of 5 in 2023 to 3.29 in 2024. Overall, the results show increased ratings from customers in all areas, and we know there are still areas where improvements need to be made. The next slide, please.
The slide that you have here shows a comparison with other organizations which are part of COMET. In blue, you can see the areas where OC Transport obtained a score above the overall average, and in red you can see where OC TRANSPO obtained a score below the average. In terms of last year, we have fewer good scores, but we have improved our major weaknesses, and therefore we have increased our overall score. Next slide, please.
The survey asked customers for their overall impressions of OC TRANSPO's rail service, taking into account all of the aspects shown on the previous slides. In 2024, customers rated OC TRANSPO rail service at 3.03 out of 5, up from 2.34 the previous year. When all of the specific aspects were combined, customers gave an average rating of 3.29, and this is also up from 2.91 in 2023. The most important aspects for customers when it comes to rail service were service availability, reliability, and security. Again, these 3 aspects were also rated as the most important across all of the cities participating in the survey. Next slide, please. Based on the survey results, OC TRANSPO will be focusing on making improvements in these key areas. First, ease of transfers between lines, as the opening of lines 2 and 4 were not captured when the last survey was taken. Second, resolving problems, including we've reorganized our customer service center to put a stronger emphasis on customer care. Third, having a convenient network As the rail system expands east and west, customers will have even more improved connections between O-Train lines and between trains and buses. And lastly, alternative information and real-time information will help customers plan their trips. And these priorities are also reflected in our 5-year roadmap. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Voilà.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That concludes this part of our presentation. And I'd like to give the floor to Matthew Wostenhall.
Merci, Pat.
Thank you,
Bonjour.
Pat. Hello, everyone. I'm Matt Wilson. I'm responsible for service planning.
I'm going to provide an update on New Ways to Bus, which will start with our spring service change next month on Sunday, April 27th. Next slide, please. So, first, I want to quickly talk about how we got here, where we are today, and give a little bit of a recap. As you're aware, our work on the new bus network has been ongoing since early 2023, and this work was first identified as part of our 5-year roadmap and had several objectives. New Ways to Bus aims to respond to the changes in travel patterns and ridership levels that we've seen across the system, and it prepares to connect customers to new O-Train stations and, importantly, aims to improve overall service reliability. With these goals, our team directly reached out to customers and we hosted multiple consultations across the city to hear directly from residents and customers to get their feedback on the proposed new network. The feedback was very helpful, and I'd also like to thank the many councillors who partnered with us to reach residents in your individual communities. After hearing directly from customers and councillors, our team presented the new bus network in November 2023. Next slide, please. Sorry, bear with me a second. So since introducing the new bus network, we've worked with several councillors to make refinements to our plans and address the specific feedback we received from individual offices. Over the coming weeks, likely very soon, we'll circulate to councillors' offices a consolidated reference document with all the new bus routes that are finalised and links to the online information. And of course, customers will have access to all route and schedule information on octranspo.com and in the online travel planner. Next slide, please. So on your screens here, we can see some adjustments that have been made since the initial presentation back in November 2023. These changes include adjustments to routes 24 and 49 to improve their connections to O-Train Line 1, to Route 73, which has been adjusted to better serve RCMP offices. Route 99, some trips on this route will be extended to Weybridge to better service Jockvale. And we've also adjusted Route 110 by having some early morning trips extend to Greenborough Station. And this has been done to help workers at Amazon in Barhaven since their shifts start before the morning service begins on O-Train Line 2. On Route 138, we'll have peak direction trips operate via Grey Nuns, and on Route 173, that will be extended to Barhaven Centre. Next slide, please. So with regard to travel changes for customers, the new bus network does bring some changes. For example, frequency and waiting time for some customers will change. Frequency on some major routes will be improving to 15-minute service, and that means in total we'll have 27 bus routes across the city that will be 15 minutes or better during weekday peak times. We'll also be reallocating capacity from some downtown-oriented routes, which may increase waiting times for customers on those specific routes. But I'd like to be clear at this point and state that the new Ways to Bus network still has sufficient capacity to meet the anticipated demand, and much work has been done behind the scenes to check and ensure this. It is possible, though, that at certain times customers may see more people on their bus than they do today. So, as travel patterns have changed, the new network has more connections to community hubs and destinations such as transit stations and grocery stores. And I should also touch on the connection routes in the system. We'll see many of those 200 series routes being removed and being replaced by local routes. And this might mean that some customers may need to make additional transfers, or their stock might be further away from what they're used to today. I do know that customers want to know exactly how their trips are changing, and the best way is to go again to our website, which I know my colleague Amanda will cover in more detail shortly. Next slide, please. With that, I'd like to hand it over to Amanda.
Merci, Matt. So as we prepare to launch the New Ways to Bus network, as Matt was just saying on April 27th, we're also intensifying our information campaign to ensure customers are aware and prepared in advance of the service change. So over the next few slides, I'll provide an update on how we are supporting customers, elected officials, and stakeholders during this time. Next slide, please. So as we previously shared, the communications for New Ways to Bus has been strategically organized into phases to grow customers' familiarity with the new network and prepare them for how their journey may change. We have consistently been engaging customers with messages across many channels, pointing them to resources on our New Ways to Bus webpage and travel planner for the latest service information. The final phase that we are now in focuses on ramping up the volume and detail of information available to guide customers through this upcoming service change. Les 3 prochains mois, nous
Over the next 3
utiliserons
months, we'll be
une
using
éventail de canaux de
a whole
communication
range
pour
of
rejoindre divers
communication
publics de la ville.
channels
Our plan
for
includes our standard service
passengers.
change communications and also incorporates prominent features and service alerts on octranspo.com and Transit app, changes to on-street information at bus stops, posters at stations, customer outreach, public service announcements, a mail out that will go to all households in Ottawa in early April, a copy of which we've been able to provide to you this morning at your desks. We also have a targeted school strategy and paid advertising. Next slide, please. We have one primary call to action to all of our customers. Please visit our website to plan your trip in advance. This is the best way for customers to understand and be prepared for changes to their transit trips. There are many resources available on our New Ways to Bus webpage where customers are able to view new route and system maps, learn how each route will be changing, plan a typical weekday or weekend trip using the travel planner, learn about changes to route symbols, colors, and services, become more familiar with changes to on-street signage, and also read more detailed information in our multiple blog posts. Next slide, please. L'un des principaux changements
One of the
que
main
verrait la
changes
clientèle
that passengers will see over the next few weeks is on-street signage and information.
Bus stop sign covers, system maps, route maps, and notices are being installed throughout the network to ensure customers have the information they need once the new network is launched. New bus stop signs that are currently covered will be unveiled approximately 2 weeks before the launch of the network on April 27th. There will be grab bar hangers and brochures placed on buses in the coming weeks, and posters and information displays will also be installed at stations well in advance of the change. Next slide, please. Connecting directly with community groups and key stakeholders is another vital component of our communications efforts for New Ways to Bus. Bus route changes will impact all customer groups across the city, and by working with key stakeholders, we can reach customers in their communities to provide service information. We've been working closely with councillors' offices to provide information and attend award events specific to New Ways to Bus. And I'll say we appreciate all of the invitations that we've received so far. We currently have 17 events booked over the next several weeks, with many others tentatively being planned or discussed, all of which will help residents learn more about specific route changes that will impact them. In April, we will also be sharing an information package with all councillors to assist you in communicating these bus service changes to your residents through both print and digital materials. We are also connecting with post-secondary institutions to explore opportunities for collaboration in order to reach as many higher education audiences as possible. These efforts include sharing digital and printed materials on screens and in common areas across campuses, as well as attending in-person events to reach students. We've also collaborated with the Ottawa Public Library on several different items, including running information screen ads at libraries across the city and providing them with a printed New Ways to Bus bookmark that will be distributed in April. We're also working with a diverse network of community agencies through the city's Integrated Neighborhood Task Force and connecting with Ottawa Community Housing to reach their clients across the city. With the service change taking place in April, this means that some middle and high school students will need to adjust to new travel routines partway through the school year. We understand that this is not an ideal time and will present a challenge for some school communities and for parents. To guide these groups through these changes, we're working directly with schools on a targeted communication strategy that reaches school communities, school boards, and school transportation authorities. A variety of digital, graphic, and print resources will be shared with these groups in advance of the service change. All New Ways to Bus school service maps, route descriptions, and the travel planner information will be updated to reflect new school service. Ensuring that school communities are prepared for New Ways to Bus is a major priority for us, and we're taking steps to guide them through these changes and minimize confusion. Our staff are in direct contact with each school and will work together to ensure that parents and students are fully informed. Next slide, please. The final element of our customer communications for New Ways to Bus is a paid advertising campaign, which kicked off in early March and will continue to run until May. This strategy continues to point customers towards new and existing online resources. The paid advertising campaign includes targeted messages on many print and digital channels, as well as radio, streaming, social media, and screens and billboards across the city. Our messaging highlights the April 27th launch date, emphasizes the magnitude of these changes, and encourages customers to consult travel planning tools ahead of time on octranspo.com. Next slide, please. So I wanted to take a moment to share an example of one of our short English as well as one of our short French advertisements. Can we play the video, please? En résumé, nous mènerons dans les prochaines
So
semaines.
in the next few weeks, we'll be conducting an information campaign, which will be useful for passengers and to prepare passengers for the start of the new network in April.
To support customers, counselors, and stakeholders in preparation for and during the launch of New Ways to Bus, including in-person customer outreach at key locations. The launch of O-Train Lines 2 and 4 and the New Ways to Bus network brings significant change as well as new opportunities for our city. We recognize that once the new network is in place, it's a good time to encourage more residents to use transit. In April, we will have more information to bring to this committee about potential ways we can take advantage of this opportunity to encourage more people to try transit. That concludes our presentation. Thank you, merci.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We do have 2 delegations registered on this item, so we're going to go to our speakers first and then to counselors for questions. Our first speaker is Kyle Humphrey, who is joining us online. I can see you there, Kyle. Good morning.
Good morning. My goodness, what a presentation. New Ways to Bus. That is so exciting. I am so excited to see all of the care and all of the attention that has gone into publicizing and getting ready to publicize all of the new ways that everyone is going to be able to take the conventional service. I know that Paratranspo has had a lot of changes over the past few years, and one of the biggest problems is that no one knows what happened. Nobody knows that there's Presto readers coming. There's no one knows that all of these additions have been added, and they don't know why they're still waiting for buses. I know buses are coming because I'm involved in this as much as anyone could be. I'm involved in this arguably more than some city councilors are. And in a world where people rely on a service and don't have any other option, I'm still confused as to why Paratranspo doesn't have the level that we just saw in the last presentation of ads and all of the things that are going to be afforded to publicizing, including the pamphlet that my face was on that didn't have all of the current updated rules and regulations and new features that Paratranspo uses when it was released. So I'm really hoping that we can tackle this, but more importantly, I came here today to talk about safety of the Paratranspo users who are being relegated to the taxi service, where the taxi service doesn't seem to care about safety. They're sending out taxis with tie downs that are salted up, that aren't put up properly, where I have a photo of me in a taxi. I was forced to take that taxi and hold on for dear life in order to get to an event that I was putting on. And unfortunately, this taxi was okay with going out and collecting fares from Paratranspo users, even though the tie downs were not tying down. And I'm just the outspoken one, so I'm the one who noticed and was able to publicize it. I can't imagine how many more users there were that person took, and that other taxis with similar setups have taken. So we need to be more vigilant. We need to be more open to accepting the fact that taxis aren't working. They're not safe. Drivers are on their phones. They are stop and go driving. They're pulling up to stops and slamming on the brakes with no shoulder belt. When someone uses a wheelchair, they don't generally have use of their legs, which means they have no trunk control. So if you slam on your brakes, that person's whole torso is going forward. And at the end of the day, someone like me who has hit their head on the front seat or the seat in front of them has to deal with that. And if we're going to continue to allow this, we need to make sure, if we're going to continue to allow taxis, we need to make sure that these taxi drivers are appropriately trained and that we publicize what these taxis are going to continue to do and what people can speak out against. Because this is not safe, and we are putting the lives of Paratranspo users in jeopardy, while once again OC conventional users are being handed everything they didn't bother asking for and didn't have to sit in here for the past 6-7 years and fight for. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Councillor Carr has a question for you.
Thanks, Kyle. Thanks very much for delegating today. And I'll just acknowledge that you reached out to me on those safety issues, and I do intend to ask about them. With respect to your concerns about communicating to Paratranspo users, there's been a good uptake on the Paratranspo talks, for example, and I know that you've attended some. I know that a lot of communication happens in sort of an informal Facebook group. I think that you're the what's that called? Like the administrator. Thank you. But how can OC Transpo better communicate to Paratranspo clients? Like, is it through written communication? Is it posters on Paratranspo buses? Like, What are you hearing, and where do you think that some of this can be addressed?
Paratranspo has something that OC Transpo does not. Paratranspo has the contact information for every single user. They have the ability to reach out, and they have had the ability to reach out because you have to sign up for Paratranspo. You have to be able to be approved to take the service. And then you are contacted saying, you have the service, here you go. Why has that not been implemented? Why has that not been used for years? First of all. Second, all of the information, or all of the media sources that were listed in the last presentation, the reaching out online, in forums, in all of the things that were listed. I have pictures of that presentation, so I can send them to you if you need. But I'm sure you have them. Use all of that too for Paratranspo. Use all of the things that people are being afforded in being contacted on OC for Paratranspo as well. It's really the same thing. Plus the phone numbers, plus the emails that you have access to. If there's an update, Paratranspo users should just have that email, and it's not invasive. It's here's the new update for the new service, and that's it. And then they get to use it whether they want it or not.
Okay, thank you very much for your input and your delegation, Kyle.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Leeper.
Hey, Cal.
Hey.
So when you've contacted OC Transpo about the specific safety issues that you've identified at times with respect to the accessible cabs?
I only contacted them one time specifically, only because the specific tie downs I'm referring to did not work at all. Like there was so much slack on these tie downs that they were hanging down as a decorative piece.
And so how did that turn out? How did that contact turn out?
I called the service. They said that they'd put in a file, and basically this is speaking with Councillor Carr is about as far as I've gotten.
Okay. I'm just going to leave it there. I'm interested in how OC Transpo deals with those sorts of complaints and what the mechanisms are moving forward. All right. Thank you very much, Kyle.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kyle, for joining us and for raising that. We'll dig into it some more when we get to our questions for staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Patrick Shepard, who's also online today.
Oh, you guys can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Patrick. Welcome.
Okay. My question is with line 2 with the new trains, how come there's no waste receptacles? And also the cleanliness of the system in general, I noticed it's still very dirty.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Is that it? Those were your main concerns, the waste?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, well, Councillor Hill has a question for you.
Yeah, Patrick, could you specify, is there specific stations or a line that you're talking about when you're referring to the cleanliness and the waste receptacles?
I'm talking in general. I like a lot of deep cleaning. I'm talking dust, dirt. It's obviously it's been there quite a while. It's not something that's only been there a day or two. I'm talking stuff that's been there for weeks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. And I think one of our committee members will bring that up when we get to questions for staff. So thanks for joining us and for raising that. So we will turn to questions for staff. I'll look for hands up. And Councillor Tierney, you're quick on the draw. Over to you.
I always am, Chair, so thank you. First of all, thanks for the presentation today. A couple of things. First of all, I want to thank OC for putting up the dashboard about the electric buses. I think that's good. Right now, as of today, it says currently 12 I believe our target is 26. We're a couple weeks away, and I know it's a weekend before they update those live stats on the electric buses. I'm doing a fingers crossed, Hail Mary. It's a St. Patrick's Day, so do you think we're on track for the 26? I kind of predicted we wouldn't be, but maybe you know something more, and that number 12 will refresh to 26 in the next couple of weeks online.
Chair, I'll ask Marco to respond to that if you can.
If you can repeat it a little bit, please.
Yeah, currently we have a bus shortage, as we know, so we're really banking on the electric buses. The current online portal that is up for the public to see currently says we're up to 12, which is good, but we require 26 to avoid slippage by the last week of March. Do we anticipate we're going to be able to get those 26 in? I anxiously wait to see the new number update in the first week of April. But you'd know better, and I think this is the venue to ask, are we going to see that number jump to 26, or are we going to still be short a lot of buses?
Yeah, thanks, President, and thanks for the question. We will receive the next 4 to 6 buses in April, and then continues in the next months with similar amount.
Okay, so it won't be, so if we're at 12 now, so obviously, you know,
18.
we'd be at, well, 12, adding the 4 in, you said? Is it 4 or 6 you're adding?
4 to 6 will arrive in April. That's correct.
Okay, 4 to 6. Okay, so we could get to 18, but it won't be by the end of March. So I'll look forward to the monthly updates on that, but clearly there's slippage. And I think we've heard that now we're pulling some more diesel out of fleet that are falling off the radar. So I guess, what are we doing from the diesel perspective? You know, we're out there beg, borrowing, and stealing, trying to get those diesel buses. I think the GTA is the only opportunity for us to acquire used diesel buses. Are we too late to the game? Is there any opportunity to get more diesel buses in the interim?
Yes, thanks for the question. We have started the process of investigating for the procurement between 50 and 60 diesel buses in parallel to the program for the electric buses. Because of the knowledge of the aging fleet and the reliability of the fleet, we intend to purchase around 50 to 60 diesel buses.
Right. I was aware of that. I'm just, obviously time is of the essence. And in previous reports, we were told, even if we were to order back a couple years ago when we were asking about a plan B, that they wouldn't even arrive till 2026. So now we're really short on numbers. Like, we're running out of buses. It'll be horse cart soon. So that being said, how expeditious are we being on these diesel buses from the GTA? Are we moving quick in small tranches or groups just to be able to get more bus fleet out of them as quick as possible? Or are we doing this giant bulk purchase that could take forever to be able to put in place?
No, you're right. We are investigating as well the purchase of used buses. We have a few offers where we are currently looking at, including GTA area there. We are looking even further on the North American market, but haven't concluded yet and haven't, assessed the full offer that we have seen on paper so far.
Okay, I think if we can keep council notified about that, that's everyone's thinking about it. It's certainly a concern, but I won't press that any further right now. When it comes to the e-buses, I did ask in a previous meeting about tariffs and procurement, and there was an answer that there's multiple parts, and we assembled the buses here in Ottawa, which was news to me, so I'm always learning. And a lot of those parts could be American. We were supposed to receive some kind of memo. Forgive me if I've missed it. Is there tariff impacts? Is there part procurement impacts that will delay the electric fleet even further based on what's happening?
Yeah, as well, this question we have discussed mainly with the manufacturer, but as well within transit authorities like CUTA and Kutrik. We had a few discussions in order to see other authorities, what they do there. We don't know yet. We don't have an answer yet from the manufacturer. It probably does not mean shortage of components and parts. Most likely it will be an increase of cost to state any kind of latitude of those costs or any kind of impact. So far as well with the existing procurement, no indication of delay of those projects.
Okay, yeah, and I think the cost is the big thing. Everything's being impacted right now. So I'm hoping, again, since the last meeting, I did ask that question as well. So I'm hoping maybe we can get a response even by memo. I don't want to wait till the next meeting. I think that would be, beneficial to us if that's possible. The other thing I wanted to touch on, our amazing public works team's been working very hard to salt roads and pathways and do all those things. And we saw some of the photo evidence. OC TRANSPO has their own salting division for the stations, and we saw some mountains of things. What have we done to resolve that, to ensure that doesn't happen again, that the optics were horrible?
Chair, I'm sorry. Councillor, could you repeat the question? I think I got it, but I'm not sure that I did.
Oh, sorry. Here, I'll do this instead. The images that were online, I guess OC does the salting of the stations, and there is mountains of salt in some of the stations, which is not like the rest of the city and public works, where we are very salt management in our practice and spreading thin. What have we done? Who's responsible for the salting, and have we taken corrective action? What kind of action has been taken to ensure we don't see mountains of salt?
So, Chair, unfortunately, Rami, our Director of Facilities Maintenance and Bus Operations, isn't able to be with us today. I can certainly take that away and we can get back to you with a response. I know that salt is an issue that has been raised with us a few times by a few different stakeholders. We had some conversations with the Enviro Center who addressed similar concerns to us. So I know there are answers. Unfortunately, I don't have them at the tip of my fingers.
Fair enough. Tomorrow this will be at Councillor Menard's Environment Committee. I think it would be very important to find someone to get the answer about if it's a contractor for those stations or if it's OC specific, and what the resolutions are prior to that discussion that takes place tomorrow, because it's a double-edged sword. Seniors want sidewalks salted. They want those kind of things. But when we see stations like our OC stations with mountains of salt, that becomes a problem. Chair, I have just a couple more questions. I see I have 31 seconds left. When it comes to stage 2 light rail in the east end of the city, reading the paper, I think our east end colleagues know we see things happening and we're seeing some timelines. I'm hoping we can be kept abreast of that. That being said, there's a terrific cycling network. I don't think we're highlighting enough. I know a lot of people have already started using it, even though it's not completely finished. Do we anticipate if there's any delays of the launch of stage 2 light rail, because I frankly don't believe it will happen till the end of the year, and I've always been right. Will we see the cycling paths, those multi-use paths between stations that are extremely valuable? Will they open? Can we do something with those to get those things going right away to be able to add that active transportation component? And that would be my final question, Mr. Chair.
Okay, you might be getting ahead of us a little bit. We have our LRT report coming up, but I'll let staff answer that quickly.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for the question. We will be giving an update on the stage 2 east and west extensions. In terms of the timeline for the start of revenue service for the east, then, we're still on the message that we're looking at Q3, Q4. And in terms of, being able to complete all the infrastructure associated, not just with the guideway and the stations, then we are also looking at completing the infrastructure for new municipal infrastructure, which includes the pathways and intersection work. At this point, I'm not able to say that absolutely all of the pathways, multi-use pathways, will be complete for revenue service, but the intent is to complete NMI work as much as possible by the end of this year.
Richard, that's terrific news, because originally it was hard. Nope, can't use any of those great pathways that are paved, and people are using them now, frankly. to, if there's opportunity to get those open earlier, I think that'd be great news. But again, thank you very much for the latitude, Mr. Chair and committee colleagues.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on some of the questions I took from our delegates, could OC Transpo speak to the issue of cleanliness and waste receptacles at the LRT sites?
And Mr. Chair, that I can take that question. I believe the question was specific to, was it specific to lines 2 and 4?
That was what was referred to, but if you have any comment on waste receptacles in general policy-wise, that would be, I think, of value to the delegate.
Sounds good. Yeah, so we do have receptacles at all the stations along the LRT line, both on lines 2 and 4, but they're not receptacles on the vehicles themselves. That would have been an extra configuration onto those vehicles, and we didn't want to, and we that's something that we didn't want to entertain. We don't have it on line 1. We don't have it on lines 2 and 4 as well, but we do have receptacles at all the stations, and our maintainer, Transit Next, is responsible for that cleaning. So we do have oversight programs in place, including our field staff, as well as using the CCTV cameras through our Transit Operations Control Center. So when we're made aware of things, either from customer comments or through our site observations, we follow up with our contractor, and they've got, in accordance with the project agreement, they've got they have to respond and rectify within certain periods of time. If not, then there would be consequences in terms of their monthly service payments.
And in terms of cleanliness, the protocols that you have in place with them, you're satisfied with the contract right now, or are there concerns or issues in terms of cleanliness and normal operations for cleanliness in the LRT stations?
Yeah, that's a great question, Mr. Chair. So yeah, obviously we're still at the early stages of the contract, and we're in the winter months. We know that the winter poses the most challenge in terms of keeping those stations clean. The focus has been on snow removal and snow clearing, prevention of ice, but at the same time, that's not to take away from their ability to clean the stations. So, but we'll take that feedback away. I do have a field team that does roam the stations periodically. I'll ask them to make sure they focus on that and move forward. So, but at this time, we're not seeing any sort of overarching trends in terms of their performance, but they're still early stages, and we need to set the right expectations with our maintainer right at the beginning of the contract.
Thank you for that. And if the delegate's still listening, if you have any more specific questions on that, just send me an email and I'll follow it up. To speak to our first delegate, what is Paratranso's protocol for non-compliance? So if you get a complaint about safety, about strapping in, about some form of issue, what is the protocol that you have to deal with that? And is it satisfactory with our subcontractors?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We receive obviously a wide range of comments from customers, either to the call center or to our operators or other staff. In the case of safety observations on our contracted taxi vehicles, we have a team that daily goes through all of the comments that have come in from customers and makes sure that they're assigned to the right group to follow up on. In this case, that's our contract manager who manages the contract with the taxi company. And we make sure that gets to them. We remind them of what the expectation is, what the terms of the contract are, and ask them to get back to us right away on how they're resolving the safety issue that was reported.
And I assume in that there's a couple of warnings and then there's contract implications or termination or something to that effect.
There's steps in the contract for non-compliance. I don't think it ever escalates as far as terminating a contract, but it's taken seriously by us and by the company that we contract with.
Okay, thank you for that. And just in terms of the distribution of messaging, do you have a mass email system that you use for updates with Paratranspo, or is there another mechanism that you're looking at or that you could look at to provide some timely updates to our Paratransport riders?
We use a number of means. The most visible and obvious is paper that we distribute either on the vehicles or that we can mail to all people who are registered. For those people who have supplied us with email addresses, which is probably about half of Paratransport customers, but an increasing number as more and more people make use of online services, we have the ability to send messages straight to them. For those who are still using the phone line, we can put messages on the recorded messages on the call queue as people are waiting for the next agent. We've also had a great deal of success in following up with customers, asking them questions when they call in, particularly right now, encouraging them to try and ask questions that would set them up on the online services. So we've got, quite a few more people using the online services. But we use that ability, the conversations we have with people, the email contacts we have, the face-to-face contact as they ride buses, and the fact that we have everyone's mailing address to send them messages at the right time.
Okay, thank you. With regard to the new ways to bus and the media systems that you've built out, could you just refresh me on what media systems that you're going to be pushing that out? Is that going to be on radio, TV, advertisement, everything kind of thing? Because what I saw kind of looked like social media clips.
Thank you, Chair. So the videos that we showed are short 15-second digital ads. So they will be on websites, social media, that sort of thing, but we will also be in other locations. There will be a series of print ads in English and French and in other languages. We will also be on billboards in the city, screens across the city, streaming services. So it will be a wide mixture of both print and digital materials.
Okay, thank you. With regard to the survey data that you gave us this morning, was that conducted through random polling or through an open online portal?
Mr. Chair, that is not a random survey. That's people taking the opportunity. So to some degree, they're self-selecting, and people who are most interested in providing that input are the ones answering the question. That's the method that's in use across all of the participating transit agencies across the world and these agencies. So we have other surveys, which we've reported to you frequently, which are random digit dials, and we're continuing to do those so that we get a more, a representative survey rather than a survey of those who are interested in commenting.
Thank you. About 2 months ago, we had the audit report that spoke to the diesel operators, and I just would like to get an update. Since then, how is the training going? Are you at capacity with regard to the diesel train operators that you require today? And how's that process trending?
Thank you for the question, Chair. Yes, we're currently trending on track. As per the last update I gave at the Transit Committee, there's been no deviation to that plan since that time.
So have you increased the operator capacity since the audit report was tabled?
Thank you for the question, Chair. The audit report that was tabled in February at the Audit Committee, I assume is what you're asking?
That's correct.
Yes. So every week we've been increasing the capacity of operators, and the training is underway. The on-the-job training hours are happening every day, every week as we speak. So we've absolutely increased the capacity since February, and we'll continue to do so all the way through to June.
So I assume that since this is a new capability, you're not at steady state manning yet. But once you are there, what is it that you see in terms of annual inflow training for new diesel operators? Is it going to be, one selection course per year of 20 people or something to that effect?
Thank you for the question, Chair. Myself and Troy Charter work closely together to work on training year-round for all modes. That includes, to account for attrition and promotions. As I mentioned at the committee meeting last month, there's been lots of different employee movements. So it's likely that we'll continue cyclical training every year, both for the DROs and the EROs, just like what we do for the bus operators as the need emerges.
And so today, how far away are you from the steady state manning that you need to be at?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So as I mentioned at the last committee meeting, our goal was to complete the first big push of training by the end of June, and we're still on track to do that at this time. That will get us to the minimum numbers that we were looking, including our spares.
Can you confirm what that minimum number is?
I will, Chair. I just will need one moment to confirm that.
Okay, yeah, I'm not in a rush. That's all my questions for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to staff for the presentation, as always. With respect to train service during snowstorm conditions, will we ever get to a point where the trains will run uninterrupted during snowstorm conditions? Staff know what the challenges are that impact the performance. Staff know how to address those challenges. When are we going to put all that together with a proactive plan to ensure that trains are not interrupted during a snowstorm?
That's a great question, Mr. Chair, and that obviously is always our goal. We want to provide a reliable service despite the weather conditions, but we do recognize that in extreme events, 30 centimeter snow and then another one shortly after that, that will pose some challenges and some difficulties on things like the vehicles and the switches. But that is ultimately our goal, is to be able to provide that reliable service. We're fortunate on line 1 that we have, we're double tracked across the entire line. So we want to take advantage of that and do some single tracking operations from time to time to assist with the snow clearing or the proactive checking of certain pieces of infrastructure. Lines 2 and 4, it's a combination of single and double tracking. We need to find opportunities to leverage the double tracks where we can, maximize the engineering hours. They're very, very short overnight engineering hours. Maximize those hours as much as possible. And as I said, take advantage of those double tracking portions to minimize those impacts. So lots of planning and effort goes into each of these weather events. Our goal is to provide 100% service, but we are dealing with infrastructure and vehicles that can be impacted as well too. I've looked at, looking at line 1, you look at where we were a couple of years ago to where we are now. We're heads and tails above in terms of reliability where we were previously. This last event posed some different challenges for us that we hadn't seen previously. If you recall, the switches in the east end of the city were the ones that were problematic, and we switched those out from the electric to the gas. The west end switch heaters were, we haven't had issues with, but this weather event, if it was the way the snow was blowing, we ran into some challenges, and RTM is looking at how they can make those switches more robust, recognizing that this is the first year in which we've really had challenges with those ones. On lines 2 and 4, we've seen some real positive steps from our contractor very early on. They've made some adjustments to those switches and switch heaters that saw some real positive performance. Once they get those implemented across the line for next winter, we'll be in much better much better state. And with regards to their vehicles as well, we had some challenges with, during that big snowstorm, and they've made some changes to their yard operations, which has already yielded some positive results. So we'll always plan, we'll always debrief as well. Our goal is to get there, but recognizing that some of these extreme events, there still may be some impacts no matter how much we plan and effort, no matter how much planning and effort goes into it, but that's certainly our goal.
I appreciate that. And I do acknowledge that things have gotten better over time. I agree that in the earlier years of the Confed line, the challenges during the winter, I think, were more significant. But I think, we've communicated to the public that this would be a reliable service in the winter. And we have to walk the walk as well. So I'm not going to pretend that running transit systems in snow conditions is easy. It isn't, but improvements are certainly what we're looking for. So thank you on that. With respect to the communications plan for the bus changes coming next month, this is right around the corner, 5 weeks from now. I every year host events in high schools. We just went through it. OC TRANSPO's there. Fantastic. Kids have no idea what's coming. The information you provided me, Ms. Thompson, was very, very handy and useful. Students don't take printed material that often. They were very keen to learn what's coming. They have no idea what's coming. Household mailers. I don't think I heard that. Is that still the plan? Because I'm not just interested in the bus changes that are coming. We still haven't invited people to take the Trillium line that's opened. We haven't done a significant campaign to get people of Ottawa aware and on the train. So is that included in the plan that you are engaged in right now?
Thank you for the question. So first of all, the household mail out for New Ways to Bus is indeed going out. It'll be out in early April. The bus cutout that is on your desk is an example of the mail out that will be going. And And we've made it that shape and that bright color to try and make it stand out amongst all the other ad mail that someone might get in their mailbox so that it'll be draw their attention. With regards to O-Train lines 2 and 4, absolutely. We also have a mail out going out for that. And it's going out, I believe, towards the end of this month. We've also just right now are ramping up now that we've achieved 7-day full service, we're ramping up our advertising and marketing campaign around O-Trains lines 2 and 4. So with full service, this is absolutely, as the councillor was saying, an opportunity for us to really start to attract and draw new riders to the system. And so there will be quite a lot of digital and print advertising across the city over the next several weeks to try and draw customers out to try out the new system.
In addition to bus routes that are being modified or even discontinued, there's some new routes that are opening, including one in my ward along Prince of Wales. How are you targeting those corridors of residents or residents who live in those corridors to make them aware that a brand new route is opening up? We want to make them aware and all the information associated with that. Is that we just assume they'll go on the website here, or is there any specific customized targeting of those residents?
Thank you for the question. So for areas where there will be new routes or new bus stops potentially, there will be a lot of on-street signage that will be specific to those areas that will go up really starting in the next couple of weeks. That signage will go up to try and encourage those customers visiting those stops to please go and plan their trip, because that's where you'll really get to see those new routes and how they will be positively impacting people's trips, people's journeys. So that will be on site. We'll also have information displays at key transit stations. So where people may be transferring buses or transferring to the train, there'll be an information display that we'll be installing that will hopefully help to inform people of some of the positive changes, some of the new routes or new things they will be seeing with New Ways to Bus. And again, the call to action really is for people to go and try out the travel planner and see how some of the benefits of the new system they will be seeing as their journey is changing.
Yeah, I don't think, given all the changes that are coming, you can over advertise or do over outreach. There's just so many people across the city who are going to be impacted. But you have presented a comprehensive plan, and I appreciate that. But not everyone's first choice is online. So even paper copies or in-station material, audio announcements on buses, trains, all very popular as well. I just want to come back to a question I've asked many times, and that is at Walkley Station, the residents who abut Walkley Station have raised the concerns about how loud the bells are of the incoming and departing trains, and staff have been working on this matter. I'm just wondering if there's any update at this point that I can share with residents.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for the question. I can say that over the last few weeks, there has been progress that has been made. So one of the items that needed to be verified that was whether changes could be made from a safety and regulatory perspective. And so, we have been able to confirm that that is possible. So now we've provided direction to Transit Next that's responsible for the upkeep of the vehicles to modify the software that controls the volume of the bells. And so we're just working through that process now. And we will move into a testing phase with one vehicle before we deploy fully to the rest of the fleet. So there is some positive movement.
That's very good. Thank you. And thanks to staff for their ongoing efforts. My last question is regarding line 4, which of course serves the airport. Does OC Transpo staff acknowledge that the airport is a 24-hour facility, and that staff who work at the airport are not served by line 4 during, let's just say, non-peak hours, the late hours or early morning hours? Also acknowledging the volumes are low, but is there an opportunity at some point to revisit the hours that line 4 runs to reflect that there is a demand for service, even though it might be low at all hours of the day?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's, first of all, there is 24-hour service provided to the airport during the hours that, right now it's Route 97 that runs 24 hours a day after New Ways to Bus comes in. During the hours that Line 4 is not running, there will be Route 98 buses going to the airport overnight. And with the cooperation of the Airport Authority, we're moving the bus stop for that overnight service so that rather than being down on the lower level where it's been since the terminal opened, it'll be on the upper level as close as possible to the entrance into the O-Train station. We are looking at whether it's possible, feasible, advisable within the physical constraints of needing to do maintenance on the vehicles and on the tracks and on the terms of our contract with the maintainer to see whether how we might shift some of the times, possibly running earlier or later on the trains. But there does need to be a period overnight when essential maintenance is done. And we know that the times of travel need for airport workers can be quite early in the morning. Obviously, sometime before the first flights leave, they need to be there to get everything ready. And we'll make sure the bus service is there. We'll make sure that the bus service is easy to use, and we'll stay in touch through the Airport Authority with all the many employers at the airport to see how many of their needs we can meet.
Great, thanks, Chair. And just to clarify, the current bus stop at the airport is moving, or you're creating an additional new stop for just the nighttime service?
The new stop will be upstairs for the nighttime service. The stop downstairs will no longer be served because there will not be daytime service by bus.
Fair enough.
On Route 97.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Can I just add one more thing, and that there's also employment at the airport other than at the terminal itself. And we have a local bus in the area, Route 197, which provides service to some of the other work locations around the airport grounds.
Chair, just I'm advised that Ms. Pazian has the number that Councillor Hill was looking for, if we can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the earlier question, Chair. So I've confirmed that, as I mentioned at the last Transit Committee meeting, we're working towards an ultimate staffing of the DROs of 76, still on track to do that by the end of the month of June. That would include our allotments of spares and hopefully account for some of the attrition. But as I mentioned earlier, especially if we look at our experience on Line 1, the first year we do see a bit of a higher attrition and movements. So we will continue training on a cyclical basis going forward.
If I can, Mr. Chair, what is our number right now, ballpark?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. We're at currently about 63 certified diesel rail operators right now.
Okay, so to bridge the gap, essentially, it's overtime and a bit of surge working for everybody kind of thing, or is there a concern in terms of the ability to actually deliver with that capacity of DROs?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. Maybe I'll start by answering it and then I'll hand it to my colleague, Mr. Charter. But I'd say currently there's not a concern. The training continues as we had planned. We also have our diesel rail instructors supporting as well. So Troy, I'm not sure if you'd like to add anything beyond that.
I'll just add that, as Ms. Pazian has indicated that the train's ongoing, we expect to have 3 to 4 more of our DROs certified this week. And then over the coming weeks, there'll be more. So no concerns from an overtime perspective. And it's aligned with why we went to the 7-day service as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just a few questions. Just to start with ParaTranspo. I asked at the last meeting about some statistics on fit-ins. I don't think I got those yet on how many of the fit-ins, when people request a fit-in, how many are made. If someone can send me that information. I'm just wondering about the general state of buses. I know that the buses, we all know that the ParaTranspo buses are not in great shape. I think we lost one in the last day or so in an incident. Are we getting more in dribs and drabs throughout the year right now? Is there any update since the last meeting?
Mr. Chair, we have the first bus of each of the two types of new buses. It will be later in the year when they start to arrive en masse. So we're keeping our current fleet working. Every bus that goes out meets its all applicable standards or it doesn't go out. But getting the new fleet will really help.
Yeah, absolutely. I know it's badly needed. And just with respect to what was addressed through the delegate with communications, do you regularly use all the email addresses? I know Councillor Hill had a question, but is it a regular process that you would provide updates to the 50% of users who have provided their email address? Or do you have any specific program where you design information and send it out, or do you just tend to use it on an ad hoc basis if something changes?
Mostly we've been using paper and distributing it either by mail or on buses or taxis. As more and more people provide us their email address, we will have the ability to do more and more of our communications electronically.
Okay, thanks very much. With respect to New Ways to Bus, I want to thank you, Pat, in particular for the adjustments that were made to bus 49. I know that I still have a service gap in one area that I can foresee being problematic, and I'm certain that many of my colleagues do as well. What sort of monitoring is going to be done with New Ways to Bus to look at, the presentation outlined that some buses were going to have more people than expected, but how do you analyze gaps in neighborhoods where service has been cut off or reduced?
So thanks for the question. So we'll be monitoring ridership very closely over the coming months to make sure that we're not exceeding our approved standards, and we'll make adjustments where we're able to. That might include putting larger buses out there if we have buses available, improving headways so buses come more regularly if that's possible. With regard to gaps in service areas, we'd be relying on feedback from customers. So we'll be working very closely with our customer service team. We'll be looking at the feedback we're getting from customers through there, and we'll make adjustments as we're able to through that channel too.
Okay, great. Thanks. I appreciated Ms. Thompson's update that you're working, reaching out to schools. I don't like to ask specific questions here, but I have a particular school, Canterbury, which serves the entire catchment of Ottawa because it's the art school. It has some very interesting bus challenges, and it will be significantly impacted. If I wanted to have a particular session with Canterbury, is that something that you would do on your own or something that I would organize as a ward councillor?
We are happy to work with you to organize something to speak to the school, certainly.
Okay, thanks. And I realize that could have been in email, but appreciate that. I just on that, I know you mentioned in a few weeks that councillors will have the information on New Ways to Bus. I do think as quickly as we could get that, it would be important. You talked about your advertising campaign. We don't pay for, when we advertise on the bus, we don't pay for money to advertise on OC Transpo, do we?
Chair, through you, that's correct. So the way the contract works is the city has a certain number or certain percentage of ads, and so we use those as free space in order to advertise on our own vehicles.
Okay, great, thanks. I just wanted to understand how that worked. With respect to the customer satisfaction survey data, the international benchmarking that was done, you just showed the last 2 years. It's only been 2 years that we've been collecting that information through that process?
That's correct. The survey has been going on for many, many years. OC Transpo has participated now for 2 years, and the third year will be coming up in the next couple of months.
Okay, that's great, because then we can start to look at the trends a little bit more. Is there demographic analysis that is done of the people that are responding to the survey?
I don't know, and I'll find out.
Okay, thanks. I think it mentioned that there was 2,000 respondents to the survey. Is that correct?
2,000 from Ottawa.
Okay, it does seem to be a bit, when we have 67 point something trips a year, like 2,000, I don't know how representative it is, but I also don't know how many unique users we have. But is there any way to increase the number of respondents in the future? Do you know how many responded to this year's?
Well, it was 2,000 to 2024. The 2025 hasn't taken place yet. We have to get that information out to people electronically. As people's use of different social media tools changes, that may affect our ability to get that message to them proactively. We'll continue to adapt to what's the best way to do it, depending on how our customers are picking up information from us.
Okay, thank you very much. Just on the winter storm response, and I recognize that winter storm interrupted service in all types of transportation across the city, but were there any immobilized buses that were not articulated buses?
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, there were. We do see a number of, whenever there's a weather event, we do see a number of immobilized buses. The articulated buses are far the ones that we see the most of and are the most challenged in weather conditions. But we do see all types of buses have those impacts from time to time. Sometimes it's just a matter of that Public Works hasn't gotten to a street yet, or it could be the location of a hill or a bus stop, and that's why we take some proactive steps to reduce or eliminate some bus stops temporarily where we know it's problematic, but it does affect all bus types, yes.
Okay, thanks. And when you spoke a little bit about, in terms of next steps in the presentation about in the future, in terms of a storm event, you may extend the period of the storm event, if I understood that correctly. Does that mean would it be sort of a phased approach where certain routes would be returned to regular service earlier, or what would that look like?
You know, at this point, Mr. Chair, we're still exploring the idea. Right now, you know, we implemented the severe storm schedule. It's a one-day schedule, sort of based on the Saturday schedule that's augmented. How it would look if we wanted to expand that over multiple days, you know, that's the details that we'll be working into. We'll be looking into and working towards. But it could be a combination of those things, yes. But ultimately, what we want to recognize is that when you have these major events, you know, the impacts of those major events as the city continues to dig out of it extends for multiple days and you know, has that domino effect on our on-time performance and our reliability, as well as our maintenance colleagues. You know, that they've experienced, you know, they deferred work for a period of time to focus on the bus availability. We see a higher number of defects during these weather events, but then they got to clear out the yards, clear off buses. So, but how that actually works, we'll be working on those mechanics now and be ready for next winter.
Okay, thanks very much. And then last question, New Ways to Bus has been introduced at the end of April, just in time for road closure season. When we get into construction, how do you communicate about road closures, about changes to schedule when you have a significant road closure? Councillor Brockington knows why I'm asking.
Chair, thank you for the question. That is a very good question. So in the past, when we've had significant changes to service due to a road closure or a detour due to construction, there is a consolidated communications plan around that particular service change. So we would put out a public service announcement. There would be an alert on octranspo.com. It would be updated in both the transit app and the travel planner. And then there may be on-street signage depending on what the change is. So there would be a number of avenues of communicating that, depending on how severe and what the changes are.
And do you receive that information in a timely manner from our roads there, our construction area, infrastructure area for upcoming road closures?
So typically, yes. I'm not sure if my colleagues in service planning want to comment on that more, as they tend to work in advance with the infrastructure services team in planning those things.
Yep. So thanks for the question. So yeah, of course, we work very closely with our colleagues over in IWS on this. And, you know, if it's a significant closure, we know many months in advance, and the work begins far back. So it can be quite a task sometimes, you know, with the significant closures, where they do last a long time. We do work to increase runtime where possible so that we mitigate the reliability impacts. So that's just one of the many measures we take with those.
Okay, great, thanks. We have a number of significant road projects going on in the city right now. One of them is the Bank Street project. So, I've even found out as a counselor, I didn't even know a bus was going to be detoured a certain way until I'm out walking along the street. And we have an upcoming closure of Heron and Bank that's going to happen all summer, and that's going to be a significant disruption just, a month or so after New Ways to Bus. So just as if counselors can know as quickly as possible as well, because we can help get that information out to the ridership. But thank you very much for the answers to the questions.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much to the group of employees who were recognized this morning. The service you're providing is obviously critical to this city, and I really appreciate the work that you do every day. Just a couple of questions, a grab bag, I guess. The first is, what was the most recent monthly reliability number? You didn't present the KPI numbers this month, and I'd be interested in some color on what those were.
Chair, I think we'll have to come back to you on that number, but we will get that to you.
Is it too much to ask that those KPI numbers be presented every month at Transit Committee? I'm hyper focused on that reliability number. I'm watching to see whether that is going up or down. Residents and customers are hyper focused on bus reliability, and I'd really prefer not to lose an opportunity in any given month to have that number be highlighted publicly. So if you could let us know what the reliability numbers were, what the on-time numbers were, what the ridership numbers were, I think that's the fundamental work that this committee needs to do and to hold OC TRANSPO accountable for. So I'll skip over those, and perhaps that could be distributed via a memo. One of the, as you grapple with this maintenance backlog, it's obviously a significant worry to all of us. You're contemplating pulling more buses out of service. How many buses are potentially subject to coming out of the fleet prematurely, since we can't get to those bigger fixes?
And Mr. Chair, I can answer the question on behalf of Mr. Elfigali at a high level, and perhaps maybe I can recommend that he follows up with you with a little bit more detail. But we just know that we do have an aging fleet, and that's something that we've talked about, and it's in need of replacement, and we're actively working towards that. And there are a number of buses that require some extensive repairs, and the fleet team is doing that assessment right now. Part of it, though, is that as buses come in and as they do their inspections, they identify what's needed in those buses to get it back and meet our, to make sure to be able to put it back in service and meet our standards. So some of these buses, it's not known until they come in and do the inspections, but there is a number of buses on our fleet that they know that require some extensive repairs. So I don't have a number for you today, but I know Mr. Elfigali can probably provide a bit more insight, and I'll ask him to follow up with you after the Transit Commission meeting when he's feeling a little better.
I'm just trying to get an idea or a sense of how many that could potentially be. Is it, there are 10 buses that are in worse shape or longer fixes? Is it dozens of buses? Is it 100 buses? What is the scope of the problem that is potentially going to hit us?
Yeah, I think, Mr. Chair, over the winter months, they identified 4 to 5 buses that they had to just wasn't worth the effort and the investment to put that money into that bus to get a limited duration of it back into service. So I anticipate that the numbers are similar, but every month that goes by, these buses get older. We put more kilometers on them, and it just highlights the importance of moving forward with their procurement of replacement buses.
Yeah. And even 4 or 5 buses, like when we take a look, and I'll ask you, I wasn't quite able to follow the number of zero emission buses that are going to be in service at the end of the month versus what we thought. But, when the buses are coming in 4 buses at a time, 6 buses at a time, 4 buses that are taken out of service, neutralizes the potential benefit of getting those new buses in. So it's not insignificant, but I am glad to hear that it's not dozens of buses. So to follow up on Councillor Tierney's question, how many buses, how many zero emissions buses will we have taken delivery of by the end of March? I think we were expecting 26.
Thanks for the question. The initial plan was to have in end of Q1 28 buses.
28.
So far, we do have 12 buses in service. Some buses are on the way approaching to our inspection and testing. And as mentioned earlier, 4 to 6 buses shall arrive in April.
Okay, so in April. So the current, and sorry, that number was 18 buses that are currently. So that is what we're expecting at the end of March, is that there will be 18 of the new zero emissions buses in service. Yeah. So what is the delay?
This delay is mainly caused by the manufacturer supply of the buses.
But do we understand from the supplier what the delay is?
The discussion we had is production rate. Nothing indicates that there is any kind of shortage of components or something like this. Just a slight delay on production.
Are they facing labor challenges, or why are they slow delivering them?
I don't know this question.
So I'd be interested in knowing from the supplier why they are delivering the buses much more slowly than we anticipated. We're relying on those new buses as our fleet ages out. Bus availability is not the top reason for bus reliability issues, but it is one of the significant issues for bus reliability issues. And I feel really keenly the need to understand timelines for when that's going to be addressed. And right now, that timeline is looking very uncertain without any understanding from the supplier as to why it's taking so long. So, and then the third thing I wanted to ask about was with respect to the winter service plan. And, I may be focusing on just one issue, but one afternoon I came out from voting at the Hittenburg Community Association. This Wellington corridor hadn't yet been cleared, and there were 3 articulated number 11s jammed up going one way, 3 jammed up going the other way, just completely stopped in the road. They could not pass each other. Ms. Amilcar was very helpful in approaching Public Works to get in place a plan to ban parking on one lane of the street to start getting those buses and traffic moving through again. But is part of your winter service plan, can we regularize or normalize emergency measures like having to take parking out when the streets simply become far too narrow to accommodate two-way traffic, especially a major corridor? I was looking on those number 11s, 6 of them jammed up within a block, and that's easily 100 riders who were being very seriously delayed on their way. Is that a discussion we can have with the city to normalize, here's the distance between the banks, ban the parking?
Hey, Mr. Chair, I can take that question. When we go into the winter season, post and pre-winter season, we have communications with Public Works, and we have a number of streets and road arteries that are designated as priority for snow clearing during the event and for snow clearing after the event. That's going to be one of our takeaways from this winter season is how can we better communicate and prioritize some of those routes. So I think that conversation is going to happen in terms of how can we keep service moving when we've had these extreme events, both pre and post event, removing some of the snowbanks. So yes, I think to answer your question is yes. Our partners have been very receptive to that in previous years, and they do their best to support us where they can. So I think we'll see some positive changes there.
I don't think that those of us sitting around this table will ever be fully privy to the discussions that happen between the different parts of the city. So if OC Transpo is asking the city to either clear something or to ban the parking or make it easier, I hope that the city is taking that seriously. I know by the time those buses were jammed up that OC Transpo had taken my concerns about the traversability of that corridor very seriously, and yet nothing had happened. I would love to be a fly on that wall of those conversations between the partners. I know that you have a collegial relationship with them, but my urging to OC Transpo is if ever it is proving difficult to make headway with the city on some of those issues, is to call on those of us who are sitting around the table to ask for a little help, because what I saw that day was just unacceptable in terms of rider impact. All right, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add on, while we've been talking here, I did get a bit more information about the question with regards to the number of buses that we anticipate maybe retiring this year. And right now, the early estimate is up to 10. So it's not, dozens, it's up to 10. And while plans can change, the plan is as e-buses are onboarded, we'd be trying to retire some of the older buses that require a significant investment. So right now, they're anticipating approximately 10 for this year.
Okay. How bad is what is the impact of winter? Like you spoke about winter defects. And I think I know what that means, but are those winter defects? I assume that those are things like putting a bus into a snowbank and it damages something, or the cold has a particular effect on the weather. I'm not a mechanic. Will things improve as the weather warms up?
Mr. Chair, that's a great question. And yes, we do anticipate that things will improve as weather goes up. The winter time is the most challenging time for our bus fleet. These minor type collisions, snowbanks, those types of things is a concern. But, it's things like you see, hoses and belts and those types of things tend to constrict in the weather. And you can see more failures due to, some of the electrical as water and salt infiltrates certain parts of the vehicle. So it's not necessarily a link to snowbanks, but it's the weather itself creates more challenges on the mechanics of a vehicle, just like it does, on other types of vehicles or your own personal vehicle.
Yeah.
But we do anticipate that we'll see, a reduction in the number of on-street defects that the maintenance team needs to manage every day as we get better weather. And that will allow them the opportunity to get to start to shift away from, as I refer to as those quick wins, and more of those larger issues that require a bit more time on the hoist. Obviously more time on the hoist, less turn of vehicles, but we need to get to that point. So we do anticipate some improvements there as the weather warms up and gets better.
Are the hoists full at any given point, or do we have labor challenges as well in terms of the availability of staff?
That's a good question, Mr. Chair. The labor is a challenge. We've been challenged when recruiting, licensed mechanics. That's something that we've been really focused on through our bus reliability plan. Piece of that is the recruitment side of things. So I know my colleagues been working very, very closely with the union to change the job description so that it can better attract people, to the municipal environment. So, but resourcing is a challenge as well, not just the age of the fleet, but we've got plans in place for that. And we're looking forward to implementing all those plans and staffing and seeing what the results are.
And when you say change the job or evolve the job description, is that hours and pay?
It's mostly about there is an element to hours and pay, but we are a seniority based environment, and people do book their work based upon their years of service with the organization. But we are looking at the pay aspects as well, and then just trying to make the job descriptions as attractive as possible for people who would consider working for the municipal government as part of their employment.
Okay. All right, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to Councillor Menard and then Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to staff for the presentation. I have a series of questions focusing on ridership. The line 2 and 4 ridership for January came in at 313,000. I'm just wondering how this compares to the projections for that time.
Mr. Chair, we did not have specific expectations for that line as it opened because of the effects that the COVID pandemic had on ridership on the entire transit system. But ridership on line 2 has been approximately the same as it was on the shorter line 2 before the pandemic and before the closure. So there is still room to grow. There's a lot of available capacity, and we will see how the numbers go up with the reorientation of the bus routes coming up in April.
Okay, thank you for that. That gets to one of the points that I've been making for several months now, that to get ridership back, we need to offer something of an incentive. And I think for months now, we've been talking about the fact that there will be some financial incentives, other incentives coming to get ridership back on transit. And I think there needs to be a big push. Obviously there's the New Ways to Bus campaign that's happening, but to offer people a chance to get back on transit after everything the city's been through. So where is that at now in terms of offers to people? When will that be rolling out? We've been hearing it's going to come in spring. I'm hoping that's still on track.
Chair, thank you for the question. At this time, there are some plans under discussion with regards to incentivizing or encouraging customers to come out and try the new O-Train lines. And we look forward to being able to bring some more details on that to the next meeting of the Transit Committee.
Okay. Next meeting. That Chair, thanks for that. That's helpful. I think if we can get some information back on next meeting, that dovetails well with that springtime and getting people back on those lines. With regard to the frequency of line 1, we still have that off-peak service that had been reduced previously. We had the data that came back that talked about the difference in the line 1 ridership versus previous line 1 ridership and the projections there. But the point that was, I think, being made at the time and that, the 313,000, I guess, riders on line 2 and 4, some of them connecting up with line 1. Are we in a better place to reevaluate that off-peak service level on line 1, given the line 2 and 4 launch and the ridership there?
Mr. Chair, we monitor ridership on all 3 rail lines continuously, and as we said in the reply that we sent following the direction from Council, we will continue to monitor and will watch, and if ridership gets to a point during any time period when we expect it will result in overcrowding fairly soon, we'll come back with recommendations to Committee and Council.
Yeah, and some of this, I think we've talked a lot about kind of service levels to meet current demand, and we see it throughout this presentation as well. And I'll mention a couple other slides, Chair, in a moment that speaks to that. But you have to plan for the future and offer service levels that then attract people to get more ridership, right? And so it's 2 ways of thinking about it, but not just meeting what the current demand is or what it's been reduced to through COVID, but getting back up there and offering, I guess, incentivization in that way to get back on it. So I'll continue to make that point on the frequency of line 1 during that off-peak service and hope that we can get to a better state in the future. The surveys, they really helpful to have that data. Thank you for doing those. I'm wondering how they're done. Do we only ask riders, or do we also reach out to prospective riders for those surveys?
These particular surveys that are done through the international benchmarking groups, we provide information to our customers, give them the link that they can go to if they're interested in answering the survey. They don't need to be daily customers. They don't need to be customers at all in order to answer the questions. They need only go to the survey link and answer the questions. The team of experts at Imperial College does do some screening of the data that are coming in to make sure that there's no, ballot box stuffing or anything automated that's being done to distort things, so that they know that they're getting a a comparable quality of data from all the cities across the world that participate.
Okay, and that's helpful to know. Is that something that councillors could send out to the public as well to say, if you're an individual that wants to respond on this, here's a survey that OC Transpo has open, or?
That's a good idea for us to think about. I don't know the answer right now, but we'll certainly think about the suggestion and, if necessary, consult with the organizers of the surveys to make sure we're doing something consistent with what all the other cities do.
Okay, yeah, and I guess if it's a general survey, this may not be applicable, but certainly I think it would be helpful to get information on what people are feeling about the cost and affordability. I know there's a piece on kind of ticket availability, but it wasn't clear to me around whether we actually ask about cost and affordability of taking taking transit. Is that part of the survey, and did we have results on that?
The survey results go on for centimeters of reports. The what we've showed you today is the overview of the main measures where people are being asked to rate both the importance of that issue to them, or the importance of that aspect to them, and their rating on the scale of 1 to 5, and those are combined together. So what you've seen is a high level summary of our results and how they compare to the other cities participating. One of the things to keep in mind is that the questions are meant to be universally applicable across all of the different participating cities and transit systems. And for that reason, there might be some questions that are of more importance to people in Ottawa that aren't asked because they're less important other places. Similarly, there might be questions that are important in, let's say, Kuala Lumpur that aren't asked because they aren't applicable in other places.
Okay.
We do have
Sure.
Other surveys that are going on. We have the more detailed survey, as I mentioned in response to an earlier question. We have the survey that we organize, which is done for us by a survey company, which is the reach out and speak to customers and non-customers alike and get a statistically balanced and valid sample. We've got the continuous daily monitoring that's done through the transit app, and we've got the every 5 years or so origin destination travel survey that is done all over our region. So all of these data come together. This survey, has its limits, as they all do, but we can put them all together and get a general overview. Specifically on fare and cost questions, our own survey probably goes into more detail in asking those questions than the benchmarking survey does.
Okay, if I can just ask, Chair, just if there is any information that was done as part of either the benchmarking survey or I guess our own internal surveys on cost and affordability, and that effect on whether people ride our services or not. Can that be sent to us? Because it wasn't part of the slides, and I understand we have to pick and choose, but that's I think an important one as well. So can that be sent to councillors as part of the next step?
Mr. Chair, we will do that. We will see what we have, and we might tie it into previous communications that went to the last term of council on the same subject.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Scrimger. On slide 24, Chair, talks about investments. Well, it talks about the New Ways to Bus campaign, and investments in bus connectivity are going to be important as part of it. So I guess it notes that the route review was kind of responding to changes in travel patterns and ridership levels. And again, this relates to that kind of line 1 frequency point. Well, it's good to meet riders' travel needs that exist now. we need to really focus on shaping more rider usage, and constructing and designing our route, not just to meet current needs, but also to encourage and increase ridership. And so I guess just in terms of, the plan to do so, that bus, we're hearing a lot from the public around the bus connectivity up to those line 1s and line 2 and 4. And that's going to be critical in the near future. I think the other things that are critical are programs like the rideshare program, the active transportation connectivity, and the bike share, potential bike share program in the city, which I know council has endorsed more study on that and to come back to us this term of council. So is OC Transpo taking an active interest in those sorts of connectivity points to line 1, line 2, and 4? Particularly around things like the bike share, ride shares, and the bus connectivity into those main lines.
Mr. Chair, in general, I'd say yes. In as much as we're just one part of the city, and the city is working on all of these things, all aspects of the city, or all departments of the city working on this thing in their own way, and we're one of those. People can come to O-train stations on foot, and we support that with good pedestrian networks, by bicycle, and we support that with bicycle parking at almost all the non-downtown stations. They can come by bus, and we've got good connected bus routes that are getting more connected in April, and then we'll get more connected in the east and the west as the train extensions open. They can come by car. We have passenger pickup and drop-off locations at most stations. Those that don't have them are there's other convenient places for people to drop people off at some of our stations. Further out, there's even parking lots for people to leave their car all day long. So every city program that serves to improve ease and encourage mobility knits right in with everything we do at OC Transpo.
Okay, yeah, I'll just encourage as much as possible on those other kind of alternative modes of transportation and the connectivity there. Those are active conversations happening now, and we're making big strides as a city, I think, on that score. And so I really want to make sure we're having that holistic conversation about that connectivity in our city and Ottawa-Gatineau as a whole. I wanted to reiterate the point Councillor Leeper made, Chair, just about the figures, the service levels, the information on-time performance, service levels, and those reports on the ridership piece, and which buses maybe not performing as much as where we want to. I think we heard something last meeting about this, but it is helpful to get those every meeting. So I want to reiterate Councillor Leeper's point on that. And my last point is really about again focusing on ridership. We and the cancellation alerts. The question stems from an email that we all got from a resident. A number of councillors were included from a resident whose family members had attempted to take 46, and there were 5 consecutive cancellations, creating a 90-minute gap between buses, but only 1 cancellation alert was apparently sent. Now, we've heard from other residents, including those taking the 55 and 56, who would only get a cancellation notification after the bus was supposed to arrive and after any alternative buses they could have taken had already come and gone. So it is a problem that is occurring, and that affects our ridership. It can drive people away or bring them back if that's a good system. So what are we doing to kind of end those cancellations? First of all, obviously, I know we heard a lot about driver shortages and bus availability, but then what are we doing to fix that system so that they can make alternative arrangements and make sure they're getting those alerts on time?
Mr. Chair, I think there's 2 aspects to this, both of which we provided some information on, but maybe tying them together will help. One is all of the work that we talk about at every meeting about making service more reliable, the everything, making sure that the bus gets out on the road in the morning, state of the buses, the number of operators, the number of licensed mechanics, and all of the support team that you saw here this morning. The next is making sure that the bus completes its planned trip every day, and that's making sure that there's no obstacles that we trip over, that there's no delays in front of us, traffic congestion, construction that we heard about, planning around those, planning on how to get around those, making sure there's enough time in the schedule to absorb some of the variability that comes up, building all the transit priority measures that we talked about with you individually and collectively through the Transportation Master Plan. All of that work is to make sure that the buses do run, and the buses do run as close as possible to on time. Then the second part of it is how we tell people about the times when we're not able to deliver the planned service. And that is, as we've brought some presentations here before, that's getting more and more automated. We've got a modern dispatch and control system, which is tied into the location information that comes back from every bus, processes what's going on, which trips need attention from our supervisors. Sometimes a trip can't be delivered, and then that has to be communicated out to customers, and that's getting more and more automated. The best source of information right now is to subscribe to alerts through the Transit app, and we're moving closer over the next few months to getting more and more of that trip status data automated and online. You've seen the great improvements we've made in recent years about getting the bus location information out through the Transit app, so people are getting far more accurate predictions of when the bus is going to get to them, depending on what stop they're at and where the bus is right now. So this is getting better and better, and we'll continue to report to you on the improvements that we're making. It's not every month, but multiple times a year, we're taking steps forward, both on the service delivery and on the communication to customers.
Thank you for that. And just on that same point around the alerts, we saw a stop train yesterday, and there was an alert that went out over social media for line 1. I continue to see these every so often, Chair. They continue to happen on the stop trains, which also affects ridership. So just what was the cause of the stop train yesterday on line 1?
Mr. Chair, yesterday we had a brief disruption due to a stop train at Civil Station. So during that time, we ran trains along the full length of the alignment, but customers would have had to transfer trains if they were heading to or from Blair Station at St. Laurent Station. So, but it was a result of a stop train. I believe it was a brake fault that needed to be isolated by the technician in order to continue in service.
A brake fault?
That is my understanding. I'd need to verify that, but that's my understanding that it was, it was a brake fault. The trains have multiple sets of brakes, so it wasn't a safety consideration or anything. But sometimes we have situations where the operator needs to go in and troubleshoot and isolate one of the many brakes on the train. But in this specific situation, a technician was required in order to get that train removed from service, and so that we can continue the full line. But we did operate the full line. Just customers, as I said, would have had to transfer trains at St. Laurent Station.
Okay. In the past, staff, I know you keep track of this in any event, but you've sent out an email to councillors showing when line 1 was stopped for stop trains and why. That would be helpful to continue to receive, just given the environment we're trying to create here, which is more reliability. If you're able to send that out, I know you have it. That would be very helpful. Just to hopefully we're seeing improvements on that front. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I just want to note we are close to quorum, so before anyone leaves the room, just check in with myself or with Marcella. And we're going to take a short recess after this item. So we've been going here for 2.5 hours, but we'll go to Councillor Kavanagh next.
Thank you very much, Chair, and happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody. Hope you're having a good day. I want to thank OC Transpo staff for sending out, for the management rather, for sending out the slides in advance for the committee. That's always very helpful and appreciative. And I thank you for agreeing to attend my upcoming open house, which is next week. So you'll have a chance to talk to residents directly about the new ways to bus, and that will be interesting. You'd think that Bayward didn't have many changes, but we actually did. One of the big ones was the eliminating the 258, which was understood because a big chunk of it was almost no passengers, and that was understandable. But the issue is that the bus will only go to Bayshore instead of a direct down to Tunney's Pasture. And I checked, and I can understand people are just waking up to, oh my goodness, change is coming. What used to be a 45-minute bus ride will now be over an hour. And I did this with using the trip planner online. So that means 15 minutes more for an entire community. So I'm very concerned about that. We also have more riders in that area because we have transitional housing for families up there now at Corkstown. What can be done to improve this? Because it means an extra stop. People are going to be taken to Bayshore instead of going down to Tunney's. And whenever you've got an extra step, that's going to take more. So help me out here.
Mr. Chair, the largest thing that's happening to improve access to the rest of the city from that area is the construction of O Train Line 3, the line that we don't talk about very often, extending west from Lincoln Fields through Queensview Station, Bayshore Station to Moody Station, providing the connection to everyone in the north part of Nepean, Kanata, and Stittsville. And when that line opens, we'll have a train every few minutes available at Bayshore Station, and those people will regain their single transfer ride to downtown. They'll just be making it at Bayshore instead of as they do today at Tunney's. The results of the direction we're working under to build the new route network is that routes that have low ridership on long distances are the routes that are being consolidated. And my colleague Matt mentioned earlier that there are some locations in the city where people will have to make an additional transfer to get from their area on a local bus to a longer distance bus and then to a train. And it'll all depend in every case on where they're transferring to. This is one of those examples. There are other examples like this in other parts of the city. For the most part, these are short-term until the Line 1 and Line 3 extensions open. In some parts of the southwest and the west, those are longer-term extra transfers that will be in place either until there's a change in the resources that are available to us through the budget process, or in the very expensive case that further extensions are made to the railway lines.
Thank you. And yes, I'm extremely aware of stage 2. That's what I call it. And it's 2 years away, pretty much. So that's the reality. It's going to hurt for those, and I don't think it's going to improve our ridership in that area at all. In terms of other routes, I've already asked for an investigation on Route 11. It's had a lot of cancellations, but I've also been made aware of 87. We had some inquiries, and we got feedback from our inquiry, but it was very puzzling because we had residents say they've been standing there waiting for a bus, nothing came, and we got a reply saying that the trip was on time and they have no concerns about this route. It turned out that it's not, it's considered reliable because when it comes on time, but they didn't count the canceled buses. That's a different category. And that's, of course, residents just know they're standing there and there's no bus. So that was confusing, and I find the response kind of, you know, tone deaf, that you're counting that it's on time when it comes, but you don't count how many times it's been canceled. Why are they treated separately?
Mr. Chair, they're treated the same way in our reporting and on our service management. If there was a particular instance that we were answering questions from you or from a customer, we can certainly look into making sure that we answer that completely and not pick at small details.
Absolutely, but I do have emails from the inquiry saying that there was no problem, and then yet we did not want to we didn't want to call anybody a liar here, but it was totally inconsistent with what the rider or the resident had said. So I think we need to reply better on these things, because there clearly was a problem and there was canceled buses. So and I can show you the emails. Absolutely. So anyway, moving on. One of the issues that makes delays right now, particularly on the 87 and probably other routes that take the transitway, is the Kitchissippi going down to one lane, which is still going to happen until ironically, until stage 2 is finished. So that creates a bottleneck. How is this being taken into consideration with the new ways to bus? That delay will continue, particularly at rush hour, and it makes it very, very difficult to speed up. So I just want to make sure that that's accounted for in timing.
Mr. Chair, I'll just say that the schedules for the bus routes that will use that part of the parkway, the Kitchissippi-Mikan, are based on actual current travel times with the construction conditions in place. And my colleague Richard will be able to say a little bit more about how the construction and the road is being managed.
Yeah, thank you for the question. If I could just ask for a little bit of patience, I think we would like to address that question of when changes will happen there until we give our presentation shortly. Well, I think within probably the next hour, and then we'll have staff who are able to give the details of when construction will be happening.
So with the changes with the new ways to bus, with reduction in the number of routes or shortening of routes in some cases, will we be seeing less canceled buses? Is this the expectation?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, as we move into new ways to bus, that is, one of the goals that we'd like to see. It's one of our steps towards achieving our 99.5% reliability. As part of the new ways to bus, what you don't see in the background as well as our transit supervisors who work in the control center and out in the field. They're getting up and trained on some of the new technologies that are available to them. And so we can focus more on service management versus service mitigation. So we definitely are expecting to see an improvement in our on-time performance and service reliability. And we're taking the necessary steps with our staff to make sure that we can support that.
Thank you, Chair. That's it for me.
Okay. Councillor Leeper on the second round.
Thanks, and I know I'm holding up a break. Just on behalf of PWHL Charge fans, the bus service has been great for evening games. There are buses waiting, 6s and 7s. Saturday afternoon games, there is rarely a bus waiting. And for a couple of Saturday games in a row, it's been a long time getting home. Are we meeting the need on Saturday afternoon games to have extra buses on at the conclusion of those very popular games from the women who are doing well this season?
So thanks for the question. We plan special event service based on anticipated attendance. And so I'll go back to the team and we'll look at why we may not have been performing as we should have been.
Yeah, the
on those
Saturday
sorts of
afternoon
days.
games are like, I think the last one was a sellout on Saturday, and yeah, they're selling out every Saturday afternoon, and there's usually not buses waiting. We're waiting for a regular service, 6 or 7 to come by. So if you could take a look at the service there, because obviously public transit is critical at Lansdowne.
Will do.
Go Charge.
Go Charge.
Charge.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions. So thank you for the extensive updates and answers to all of our questions. It is 12:10 p.m. We will take 15 minutes to give staff a much needed break. So we'll restart at 12:25. Thank you. All right, we do have quorum, so we are going to resume with item 5.1, Fair Compliance Initiative Update. And Sabrina Pazian, so am I pronouncing that correctly? Yeah. Okay, Pazian, thank you. Is going to be presenting for us. So over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. Merci et bonjour, Monsieur le
Hello,
Président.
thank you, Chair, members of the committee.
Not this morning, but now this afternoon, alongside the Chief of our Special Constable Unit to deliver an update on our Fair Compliance Program. Next slide, please. Fair revenue is an essential part of the funding model for transit, and it's defined in our city's long-range financial plan, as well as the city's long-term affordability plan. As with most City of Ottawa services, there's a cost for using transit. Just like how there's a cost for registering for a class at a rec center, going swimming at a pool, or parking your vehicle, all of which come with a reasonable expectation to pay for that service. Transit service is no different. The cost to use the service is paid as a fare. The requirement for customers to pay for transit is further defined in Section 4 of the Transit Bylaw. And just like any city bylaw, it's incumbent on the service affected by that law to enforce its requirements, just like bylaw and regulatory services would do. So at a high level, fair compliance and enforcement of the transit bylaw are essential, ensuring the stability of our revenue, the integrity of our fare system, and equity amongst transit customers. But the benefits go far beyond just financial. At its core, robust fare compliance increases the sense of safety and security of all riders, customers, and staff who use the transit system. Fare compliance on the transit network in various iterations has been part of OC Transpo's operations for over the last 15 years. The Fare Compliance Initiative has undergone a variety of structural and staffing adjustments over the years, but most recently, after concerns were raised of increased fare evasion by operators, the ATU 279 leadership team, by customers, and by management, staff presented an update to the former Transit Commission last year that outlined the scope of fare enforcement on OC Transpo's multimodal transit network, that outlined the scope of fare enforcement and introduced a focused fare compliance initiative, which took place in 2024. As part of this focused initiative, in addition to ongoing education campaigns, our transit fare enforcement officers, or TFEOs, requested proof of payment from riders and issued either fines or warnings to individuals who were unable to do so. Through this initiative, it was confirmed that an increased and more robust fare compliance program was required to effectively reduce fare evasion over the longer term and to act as a deterrence throughout the system. In order to support this initiative, 8 additional temporary TFEO positions were filled last year, in addition to our existing 4 permanent positions, which brought the complement of our TFEO team to 12. Throughout the course of the initiative, we've provided a series of updates and on its progress to the Transit Committee. It's a well-known fact that fare evasion is a problem across the transit industry. Ça représente un enjeu important.
It's a major issue for all societies across the world.
Closer to home, I can draw an example to transit agencies across Canada who have reported increases in their fare evasion rate that have led to significant fare revenue loss. And many attempts to curb this included an increased enforcement strategy. To provide a comparison closer to home, in a recent report on fare evasion, the TTC reported nearly $124 million of lost revenue due to fare evasion in 2023. Their response was to increase and expand their transit fare inspector program, and they, at the time, expected to hire an additional 65 inspectors, bringing their full complement to 155.
Our colleagues at STM are also facing fare evasion issues, and 164 special constables are now deployed on the network to ensure everyone's safety and also to make sure that the rules are obeyed, that fares are paid.
Robust fare compliance strategy and enforcing the transit bylaw are essential in ensuring the stability of our revenue, the integrity of our fare system, and equity amongst transit customers. But the outcome goes far beyond fare enforcement, as there are several important intangible benefits that are largely immeasurable. The TFEOs are part of our Special Constable Unit, but are a completely separate position from the Special Constables themselves, who are sworn peace officers. whereas the TFEOs are considered municipal bylaw officers whose purpose and scope includes enforcing the transit bylaw. On the picture on the slide, you'll see a special constable on the left-hand side and a fare enforcement officer on the right-hand side, just to show the distinguish between the two. Having the TFEOs present on the network addressing fare infractions and promoting fare compliance assists with mitigating violence against operators and transit staff generally. The TFEOs all carry radios that are tuned to the same frequency as our special constable unit and can therefore report occurrences and incidents in real time. Having an additional uniformed presence in the field also contributes to transit users' overall safety and feeling of safety, and acts as a general deterrent for undesirable behaviors across the network, including vandalism, smoking, drug use at stations and on transit vehicles, among other things. The TFEOs are trained in first aid and in the use of Narcan. As a result, they're equipped to intervene in medical emergencies. Just on Friday, 2 of our TFEOs saved someone's life by administering Narcan to someone who was experiencing drug poisoning on the network, as they were the first ones on scene. This is one example of the several instances where the TFEOs have performed heroic acts and have enhanced the safety of our transit network. The TFEOs have hundreds of daily interactions with members of the public each and every day that are educational and customer service focused. These include, but are not limited to, wayfinding for customers, assisting customers with disabilities or special needs, providing information on fare, where to purchase tickets, passes, and how to use them properly. All the TFEOs are former bus or rail operators and are amongst the most knowledgeable staff for fare requirements, wayfinding, directions, and route suggestions. The TFEOs are using the transit service right alongside the customers. They are waiting on platforms for buses or trains to arrive. They board and travel with the customers every day. Arguably, they are the most visible, accessible staff present on the network and are willing to assist whenever needed. When there's service interruptions, the TFEOs assist in providing support to customers, and they've recently began staffing outreach positions, including working alongside working alongside our mobile operations colleagues at schools. And of course, the TFEO duties include fare enforcement to reduce our fare evasion rate. The TFEOs receive their training from our special constable unit and are trained to perform their enforcement duties in a fair, unbiased, and equitable manner. Overall, they're contributing to a more positive transit environment for all customers. Their presence alone helps transit users feel safer. Next slide, please. This first slide on data shows the total number of tickets and warnings issued in the last year. As you can see, there was a total of over 4,300 tickets issued in 2024, which demonstrate our fare evasion rate continues to be a problem. Amounts shown represent tickets and warnings issued at both stations for bus and rail, and those issued on board buses, which is labeled on the chart as bus/street. Next slide, please. Data on this second chart shows tickets and warnings issued in January and February of this year, and this includes data from O-Train lines 2 and 4 since it opened. What you're not seeing on these data slides is the countless number of untracked verbal and nonverbal interactions that the TFEOs have with customers on a daily basis. Not every encounter that the TFEOs have with customers result in either a ticket or a warning. So for example, during fare compliance checks at stations, TFEOs observe potential fare evaders noticeably changing their minds about bypassing the fare gates and opting instead to stop at the ticket machine and purchase the appropriate fare. This occurs without a single word being exchanged, as their mere visibility and presence is acting as an effective deterrent to fare evasion. As I'll review on the next slide, we're actively working to quantify and track this data more comprehensively. Next slide, please. So based on the review of the program to date, feedback we have received, and the positive outcome of the focused initiative in the past year, the fare compliance program will now be formalized. The current TFEO staffing and shift structure is projected to continue, and the initiative as a whole will be reviewed, with adjustments made on an as-needed basis based on the outcomes of the program and data analytics. As we've reported to the previous Transit Commission in the past, calculating and measuring fare evasion rates is a challenge and can be very difficult to quantify. It's impossible to measure what we do not know. However, going forward, in order to obtain a more complete portrayal of fare evasion for OC Transpo, efforts are currently underway to more accurately capture this data and enhance data reporting. So by compiling the total number of fare compliance checks completed by the TFEOs on a given day, we're exploring new ways to track the TFEO interactions with customers, comparing that to the daily ridership data and fare payment data. We hope to draw a more accurate data-driven conclusion on fare evasion rates and by extension associated fare revenue losses. And finally, fare awareness will continue to assist in keeping transit users aware to comply with all fare requirements, so customers can expect to see updated proof of payment signage at stations and fare gates, inside fare paid zones, and on transit vehicles. We'll also continue to work and support education and outreach efforts to support the overall goal of reducing fare evasion. Next slide, please. That concludes the presentation. The Chief and I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. We have no delegation, so we can go right to any questions from committee members for staff. And Councillor Brockington is up first.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks to staff for this report. I think we were all looking forward to having a better understanding of the prevalence of fare evasion and to your point, the difficulties of capturing the severity of the problem. I will accept that, but I do expect at some point us being able to wrap our head around how bad the problem is. This has been raised for years, going back to Councillor Meehan, and this commission is very interested in understanding sort of the fare evasion problem. You can, I'm just suggesting this because it's been suggested in the past, but if you do surveillance at gates in LRT stations, or just plunk a staffer down at the back of an articulated bus and just watch who taps, who doesn't, who's going through the gates without tapping, who isn't, that can sort of feed into, you know, rough estimates about how prevalent it is, in addition to the number of people who haven't paid versus all those checked. But are you doing those types of surveillance just to better understand? You know, I've said in the past, when I'm at Rideau Station, just hanging out waiting to meet with folks, and I have some time and I watch, it's, I wouldn't say constant, but it's noticeable every time I'm there. So what have you been doing in this regard?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So absolutely, we're definitely taking all the inputs that we can. So we'll take feedback, of course, from customers and counselors. We've taken feedback from staff. Of course, the operators are kind of the eyes and ears out in the system, so they can provide valuable input. And we'll take feedback, of course, from the special constables who are also out there patrolling. So we're absolutely taking all that feedback. We know it's prevalent. That's why we're here today, bringing a formal report to formalize the program, because we absolutely know there's a problem.
Okay, very well. And just in the report, the written report, there's a comment that of all the not tickets issued, but some people had been issued trespass orders at certain stations. I'm not sure if it was Herdman Station or Blair. Those were the two stations we've mentioned in the past where there's the ability for people to gain access to the stations without paying fairly easily. Can you just give some background? Why would someone be issued a trespass order at a station, for example?
So I think, thank you for the question, Chair. I think what you're speaking of is a project that we ran at Blair Station, and it focused on the roadway where we found that customers were evading paying fare by entering onto the roadway. So that was a two-pronged approach that we took with our fare inspectors and our special constables. So if the person did have fare, but they were walking on the roadway, that's a time that they could be issued a trespass ticket, because entering onto the roadway is prohibited by the trespass notice. So that's where a ticket would be issued, under the trespass rather than the fare compliance.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Are there physical modifications being considered to either Blair or Herdman, again, to close sort of this open gap in both stations where people can enter without paying?
Thank you for the question, Chair. No, there is no such assessment being done at this time.
Okay, I appreciate the report. I appreciate came here today, and I look forward to additional information as staff are able to capture more data. Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. Just a few quick questions. We had heard as transit committee members from drivers in the past who'd come to committee and talked about this particular issue and talked also about safety issues. Are you hearing any evidence from anecdotally that drivers are feeling any safer having the fare inspectors? And the second part of that question is, are the fare inspectors encountering any situations where they're not feeling safe?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So to answer the first part of the question, absolutely, we're hearing that anecdotally. I actually ran into an operator last week who told me they wish they had a fare inspector on every bus they rode. So as I mentioned in the presentation, just that uniformed presence alone acts as a deterrent and helps both customers and staff feel safer. But to answer your question, and I'll pass it to the chief to elaborate, yes, there have been situations where the fare inspectors themselves, pardon me, have felt unsafe. So we have upgraded some of their uniform over the years to make sure that we're putting the appropriate safe mechanisms in place, and they have a direct radio to contact our special constable unit, and in which case the special constables, and if needed, the police would attend to ensure the safety of our staff.
Okay, thank you. It's concerning that there seems to be no decrease in the number of fare evasion tickets being given out. Now, you've had a slight increase in staffing there, but you're still seeing percentage-wise roughly the same amount of people evading fares. Do you have any explanation as to why that is?
Thank you for the question, Chair. And to Councillor Brockington's point, we will absolutely bring back future KPIs on fare evasion to the Transit Committee. I don't think we can say anything concretely. I will say that before 2024, when we put in the focused fare compliance initiative, I don't think that was being measured. So throughout the year, yes, we brought on some additional temporary resources, and then we could really start to get a sense of the problem. But given to your point that we haven't seen quite a decrease yet, we know that we have some work to do both on the enforcement side, but also on the awareness and education side. So that's why we're really kind of trying to leverage both providing the transit fare enforcement officers some opportunities to work alongside our colleagues in operations with various different groups, including schools, to make sure that it's known what the fare requirements are by all of our transit users.
Okay, great. Do we get a report at all of how many tickets are challenged and not having to be paid or reduced or anything like that?
Unfortunately, Chair, I'm not able to answer that question. I think it'd be a colleague in another department at the city. So I'm not sure. I'm unfortunately, we can take that away and work with our colleagues to see what that would be.
Okay, yeah, no issues. No, thank you for that. With respect to, you mentioned some of the officers doing outreach, that sort of stuff. If you see people that are perhaps not intentionally evading fares, but perhaps using the LRT for shelter or something like that, does that outreach function extend to perhaps helping those people navigate 311, find shelter, those sort of things?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So with any interaction that our fare inspectors have, they take the totality of the circumstances, and ultimately they have discretion on what course of action to take. So when it comes to the unhoused population or people that are using the shelter system, they provide them information on the shelter passes that they can acquire through the shelter itself, as well as the EquiPay system as well.
Okay, thank you. Just two more questions. You mentioned just the presence alone of an officer in uniform. You noted the reaction of people, but you also talked about comparison with other transit agencies. I noted that Toronto's moving now towards having plainclothes officers in some case. I presume that's to give more tickets and avoid the situation. Are you looking at what other agencies are doing as you're doing your comparators?
Thank you for the question, Chair. What we are absolutely looking at what other agencies are doing, and we'll use that to inform our program. But right now, we are not looking at any type of plain clothes staff. Yeah, the uniform presence is really what's driving safety and security home, and I think that's what both our staff and customers want to see.
Yeah, thanks. I was glad to hear that. It felt a little bit tricky. And then the last question is not really so much fare evasion, but it's related to it. We mentioned, you know, one of the areas of fare evasion was really people paying for fares that were the lowest cost fare, even if they didn't qualify. And I'd asked for statistics on this, and it was 12% of seniors 12% of passes sold were seniors, but at the LRT stations, it was 24% of tickets being sold were seniors. Now, on February 1st, we implemented the new way to pay. Do you have any update? I don't think it would be you guys. It might be Pat. I saw him on any statistics and how many percentage we're selling now of those seniors tickets?
Mr. Chair, not yet, but we're on it. We're going to be watching that trends now that with the new budget, it's required to have a Presto card to get a discounted single ride fare. So we should see some of that normalizing, but we'll get the data.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation and answering the question.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions. I wanted to share a very anecdotal observation. I was on a bus a couple of weeks ago, and sitting near the back, I could see the back door, and every person who got on the back door tapped their Presto card or their mobile device. And I remember a year ago being on the same bus at the same stop, and not everybody was tapping. Now, that's one example, but I think the message is getting through. The awareness people have that they may be asked to show proof of payment if they're on a bus or a train. I think that's getting through. And so I thank Sabrina and your team and Peter and your team for everything you're doing to work on this. As you said earlier, fare compliance activities improve the safety and security for all riders. So going beyond paying the fare, there's clearly a lot of other benefits in the program, and we'll look forward to getting more updates in the coming months as to how the program's going. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Is this report received? Received. Thank you. And our next item is 5.2 Stage 2 Light Rail Transit Project. So I'll let our staff get set up for that. All right, so I'll pass it over to Bart and Richard.
Thank you, Chair Gower and committee members for being here today. Oh, hang on. That's the wrong set of speaking notes. That's right. These are the correct ones. Thank you very much, Chair Gower. I am pleased to be here today with members of the Rail Construction Program to provide an update on the O-Train Extension Project to our new Transit Committee. As you know, these updates were previously delivered to the Light Rail Subcommittee. Moving forward, we are pleased to be able to provide this committee with updates to this project on an ongoing basis. Last year was, of course, a big year for the Stage 2 project. We met many milestones, including beginning testing in the east, starting to lay track in the west, and completing trial running in the south, which of course has led to our successful phased opening. Building on last year's momentum, we are set to have another big year. In the west, track installation continues to advance with the overhead catenary installation beginning with the wiring already installed by Moody Station. This progress marks the beginning of an exciting time as we prepare to start testing vehicles on a portion of the O-Train West extension in the coming months. In the east, testing and commissioning along the entire line from Blair to Trim Station has ramped up, and operator training will start soon. Construction on the line is advancing well, and we are making progress towards our ultimate goal of welcoming new customers aboard. Richard will be providing more information shortly on the progress over the last several months that will lead us to substantial completion and trial running. And I would like to introduce Mary Ellen Gleason, the Program Manager of Construction, who will provide an update on the construction of the West Extension. And Michael Bartlett will then, of course, who is our Manager of Rail Infrastructure, will then provide an update on the East Extension. And to close, Richard Holder, the Director of the Rail Construction Program, will provide an update on the pathway to passenger service in the East and the remaining works for lines 2 and 4. Thank you, and I will hand things over to Mary Ellen.
Merci. Je suis heureuse de vous présenter l'avancement.
I'm very pleased to present to you the progress of the construction work of the West Extension.
Of the 15-kilometer extension, we only have 400 meters of track left to install near Westboro Station, which we expect to install this spring. In 2025, the focus of the West will be installation of the overhead catenary system, which I may often refer to as OCS, advancement of the station construction, and preparation of the guideway for train testing. In addition to the guideway priorities, we do expect to see more work on the roadways adjacent to the alignment to advance the permanent configurations. As well, we will continue to advance the Revitalizing Richmond Road project. Next slide, please. This is a photo of Westboro Station. Since the last update, there's been a lot of progress. So we've installed the concourse deck slab, we've erected the steel, we're working on the exterior envelope of the building, and have started work on the interior. Next slide, please. This is a photo looking at the inside of Westboro Station. What we're looking at here is the elevator shaft. Work is ongoing to finish the civil, and work as well as ongoing for the rough ends of the mechanical and electrical components. Next slide, please. This is Kitchissippi Station. Work is progressing well. From the outside, it looks pretty well the same because the building envelope is complete, but there's been a lot of progress inside and at the station platform level. Next slide, please. So this is a photo from the platform area. The track is complete, and we have a temporary platform installed to allow completion of the works over the guideway. What you see here is ongoing work for completion of the ceiling over the guideway, as well as electrical conduits. Next slide. So the concrete component of the Parkway Tunnel construction was completed in 2024. Work ongoing now is for the tunnel dress out, which includes installation of the rail, the dry fire lines, cable troughs, cables, and lighting. The photo on the left shows the plinths prior to the rail installation. On the right, you can see the completed rail with the dry fire line installed on the left wall as well. Next slide, please. This is Sherbourne Station, the eastern station within the Parkway Tunnel. Work is ongoing for the mechanical and electrical work, as well as finishing on the interior of the station, both the interior and exterior building envelope. Next slide, please. This is New Orchard Station, the western station within the Parkway Tunnel. It's the near mirror to Sherbourne Station and a few months further along, but largely the scope of work is the same. Next slide, please. These are a few photos showing you at the platform level of both Sherbourne and New Orchard Station. So the ongoing works is for the completion of the exterior building envelope and then installation of the ceiling panels. Also in this area, we are advancing the Revitalizing Richmond Road works, which has been ongoing since last summer. The scope of work will include replacement of underground utility infrastructure over 2 kilometers of Richmond Road and Byron Avenue between McEwen and Cleary Avenue. An interim traffic configuration was implemented last year to advance the utility construction, and additional traffic stages are expected once we get into spring to continue advancing the works. Next slide, please. At Lincoln Field Station, work has been ongoing to finalize the communication device installation and testing and commissioning. The track alignment will be finalized in this area in the spring, which will allow for completion of the platform edge. Also shown here is the footprint of the future Lincoln Fields bus loop, which we anticipate will be constructed this year, in addition to works along Carling Avenue. Next slide, please. Iris Station, with the exception of a few communication devices, is complete. We do expect work to occur here this summer to finalize Pinecrest Creek to the west and south of this station. Okay. Overhead catenary works has started for the leg south of Lincoln Fields, moving towards Algonquin, including grounding and post installations, as you can see here. Next slide. This is a photo of Algonquin South Station. Work is ongoing to finalize testing and commissioning and construction of the pedestrian bridge connection to Algonquin College. Work is expected to start on the permanent bus loop and the park and ride this construction season. Next slide, please. This is a photo of Algonquin Station at the platform level, which is in the tunnel between the North and South Station. Construction at the platform level is mostly done, signs are up, and work is ongoing for the installation of the communication devices. Work has started in the guideway for the overhead catenary system. Next slide, please. At Queensview Station, work is ongoing to finish the exterior envelope of the pedestrian bridge, testing and commissioning, and deficiency work. Within the Connaught Tunnel and Pinecrest Trench, rail has been installed and the alignment will be finalized this spring. The Queensview traction-powered substation was set in place earlier this year, which is the last traction-powered substation we have to place. Next slide, please. This is an internal view of Queensview Station at the concourse level. The ceiling is mostly complete and work is ongoing to finalize the remaining works. Next slide, thank you. This construction season, we're expecting to start the construction of the Pinecrest permanent bus loop. Within the Pinecrest Trench, work is ongoing for cable trough installation. Additional stages are expected throughout this area to finalize the roadway works as well. Next slide. Pinecrest Station, this is a view from the platform level, so you can see the signs are also installed here, and work is ongoing to install the communication devices and finalize the testing and commissioning. Work is ongoing for Bayshore Station construction with elevator installation and mechanical and electrical finishes. Work is also expected to start on the permanent bus loop construction this year. This is a view from the platform level of Bayshore Station. Work is recently completed to finalize the exterior envelope of the pedestrian bridge crossing the guideway. You can see here track is in and the OCS pole installation has started along with the cantilever supports. These are a few photos of the OCS installation on the guideway between Holly Acres and Moody. As of last week, we have started pulling messenger cable, which is a pretty exciting first step for mainline work. Next slide, please. This is Moody Station. Communication device installation and testing and commissioning is ongoing. In addition to the station, utility work is ongoing to facilitate the construction of the bus loop. And in addition to the bus loop construction, we expect more roadway works this year on Corkstown Road and Moody to finalize the roadways. Next slide, please. This is an overview of the Corkstown Road light maintenance and storage facility. OCS installation is complete. We anticipate energizing the yard this spring, which will be the precursor to the first train testing in the West. In 2024, we delivered 3 LRVs to the LMSF. The recoupling was completed earlier this year. This is in order to advance the testing, train testing in the West prior to full rail connection to stage 1. Next slide, please. Here are some key highlights you can expect to see in the West for 2025. Ongoing works to advance revitalizing Richmond Road project. Ongoing works for the overhead catenary system. Completion of track installation. Cable pulling through the Parkway Tunnel, which is a key component to the overall project critical path, and start of train testing at the LMSF and eventually through the main line. Next slide, please. The next 2 slides speak to expected traffic impacts related to completion of the works. We have works outstanding to finalize the roadway at the 4 MTO interchanges that cross the alignment. We are still working with the contractor to determine the staging, duration, schedule, and MTO approval, but do expect to see some impacts to the ramps as listed here. Next slide, please. In addition to the MTO areas, we expect to see traffic impacts on Corkstown Road and the Kitchissippi-McCann to build the ultimate roadway alignment. There was a question earlier about the construction timeline of the Kitchissippi-McCann. So right now we have the roadway in a 2-lane configuration. Just before the end of last year, we did go back to a 4-lane configuration east of Westboro Station. We had heard some concerns about delays in the eastbound direction and have worked with Signals to modify the timing of the signal at the intersection with the transitway to improve the eastbound through lane. We are working with the contractor to determine the schedule and sequencing. We are hoping to get back into a 4-lane configuration of the parkway by the end of the year, but work will still be required to finalize the eastbound lanes where traffic is now because curb line top lift is not complete, as well as the areas in between the roadway for the bioswales and landscaping. In addition, the intersection between the transitway and the parkway will remain in a temporary configuration until ultimate removal of the transitway. And then in addition to these two roadways, we have ongoing impacts expected on Richmond Road and Byron Avenue as we work through the stages of the revitalizing Richmond Road scope. Next slide, please. These slides give an overview of the path to project completion for the West. Construction in the guideway and for systems is expected for the rest of 2025 and into 2026, with the goal of handing the system over to the city by the end of 2026, which will then allow the city to start trial running and trial operations in 2027. Ensuite, nous avons Mike Bartlett qui va présenter pour le Est.
Now Mike will be presenting for the East.
Merci, Mary-Ellen.
Thank you.
Merci de m'avoir invité aujourd'hui.
Thank you for inviting me here today.
Pour moi,
It's a privilege for me to be here
des informations
to
sur
provide you
l'extension Est.
information on the
Before we
Eastern
go on to the
extension.
presentation itself, I just want to note a couple items that we haven't specifically talked about in this set of presentations, but we've talked about before. To date, we've constructed over 25 kilometers of track within the guideway, just over 12 kilometers of guideway. We've also installed and constructed the overhead catenary and traction power substations associated with that, and also widened the OR 174. In general, for the 5 stations in the east, we are currently working on the minor deficiencies. Testing and commissioning on electrical components is currently underway. Those components include things such as the security cameras, the fire alarms, and our fare gates. We're also working on scheduling demonstrations for the regulatory authorities to obtain our sign-offs required to operate the stations. An example of those authorities include Building Code Services and Ottawa Fire Services. Let's go on to the next slide, please. Montreal Station. For Montreal Station, we currently have 1 certificate in hand, 1 TSSA certificate. We're currently working on the remaining 3 for the elevators. The TSSA is the Technical Standards and Safety Authority, and we require their inspection, their sign-off, and certificates before these elevators are available for use for the public. We currently have outstanding asphalt work on Montreal Road that is scheduled in the coming weeks. It is currently looking to be done between the OR 174 location, interchange ramps on the west side, so that would be the right side of the photo up to Shefford Road. So there'll be some minor impacts associated with lane closures in that area. Next slide, please. Here's a photo showing the interior staircase connection between the LRT platform level and our Fairgate pay zone. What you can see in this is a lot of the glazing that we put in surrounding this actual staircase facility. What this does is bring a lot of natural light, inviting for the public for use as part of it. Next slide, please. John Dark Station will be our first station to actually undergo a demonstration with Building Code Services and hopefully obtain our certificate for public use. The demonstration will ultimately test the fire alarm system, emergency lighting, emergency power, items like that. Once these items have passed our demonstration, these items will then be officially transferred over to OC Transpo's Transit Operations Control Center, also known as the TOCC. All 4 elevators at the TS have received TSSA certificates at this location. We have some remaining works at John Dark to be facilitated in the coming weeks. Those works include some top lift asphalt, some connectivity enhancements, line painting, and landscaping. Of note, we are also coordinating with the Jean d'Arc roundabout project related to lane closures and construction coordination. Next slide, please. Moving east to the Convent Glen Station, all 4 elevators at this location have received their TSSA certificates. The remaining works at this location includes the passenger pickup drop-off areas, the bike racks, line painting, signage, and softscape. Next slide, please. The photo on the left is our ticket vending machines that are actually installed to date. On the right-hand side, we have our fare gates installed. Both of those are currently going under testing and commissioning as we speak. Next slide, please. Here's an interior photo of the elevator that's installed at Convent Glen. We've provided it to show you basically the look and feel of these elevators. They are similar to what we have on line 1, line 2, and 4. Consistent look and theme amongst our systems. Next slide, please. At Plaster on Lane Station, we have all 6 elevators with TSSA certificates. The escalator, apologies, has not received its TSSA certificate as of yet. There are some minor deficiencies that the contractor is currently working on. We're looking to have that in hand in the coming weeks. There are also outstanding works on the left-hand side of the photo at the bus loop as well as the existing park and ride location on the right side of the photo. Those works include some asphalt repairs, line painting, and some softscape. Next slide, please. On the left-hand side photo, you can see the staircase that'll bring you to and from the LRT platform at Placer Lane Station. On the right-hand side, we see our newly constructed rail bridge structure in the foreground. In the background, the existing pedestrian overpass structure. The new bridge that was constructed provides a direct connection from the bus station to our light rail station. The new bridge is within the fare paid zone and allows users to readily transfer from the bus rapid transit system to our light rail system without having them to go through multiple fare gate systems. Next slide, please. Our trim park and ride is nearly complete. Hard to see underneath the snow, but a lot of it has been completed to date. Remaining works includes the asphalt top lift at some of the parking areas, some sidewalk connections, line painting, signage, and some minor landscaping. The bus loop is already constructed in place, and the only thing remains with that is landscaping surrounding it. Next slide, please. For Trim Station, we have received the TSSA certificates for all 4 elevators and both escalators. The photo on the left shows another example of the finished elevator at Trim Station, as you can see, which was shown on previously at Convent Station, a similar look and feel. The photo on the right shows our fare gates that have been installed, and once again, those are undergoing testing and commissioning, like the other locations in the east. Next slide, please. For upcoming activities in the east, we have the following. Our continued train testing throughout the east extension, finishing off outstanding works at the Trim Park and Ride, outstanding works at John Dark Station, which includes our paving operations and coordination with the John Dark Roundabout project, completing our demonstrations at all 5 locations to try to obtain our occupancy certificates, constructing the remaining multi-use pathway along the segments of the OR 174. Next slide, please. I'd like to now present you the upcoming traffic and mobility impacts for the east on the next 2 slides. OR 174 works will continue through substantial completion and will require lane and ramp closures to facilitate those works. This work will also include the removal of the bus rapid priority lanes once substantial completion has been achieved and revenue service is underway. Montreal Road, we will have lane closures to facilitate the surfacing works as indicated between the OR 174 ramp interchange and Shefford Road. John Dark Boulevard, we will also have some lane impacts to facilitate our top lift paving, our active transportation enhancements, and working with the John Dark Roundabout project. Next slide. For Orleans Boulevard and Champlain Street, there will be periodic lane closures to facilitate sidewalk and station works outside of the stations themselves. Noting that Champlain Street, the north intersection and south intersection, there will be full closures at times to provide upgrades to the actual intersection for mobility works. As noted by Mary Ellen, we also have mobility impacts ramping up again in the east as part of these works. Our team is working closely with the contractor to see where we can minimize these impacts over this coming season. Next slide, please. Now for our estimated timeline for the east extension. Systems installation and commissioning is currently underway and is expected to wrap up by Q1 and Q2 respectively. Operation and maintenance training consists of OC TRANSPO driver training and RTM maintenance training. This is currently tracking to be underway soon and also finishing within Q3. The EWC handover to the city is when EWC achieves substantial completion and RTM inherits maintenance responsibilities of the system. Currently, this is tracking for some time in Q3. Following the official handover, trial running and trial operations will commence. Trial running is currently tracking in Q3 and trial operations in Q3, Q4. It is noted that there will be remaining work scheduled after EWC hands over the system to the city, but those items will not affect the operation of our LRT system. Remaining works include the OR 174 realignment, the removal of the BRT lanes, and other minor construction works outside of the guideway and station works. At this time, I'd like to hand over the rest of the presentation to Richard Holder, the Director of the Rail Construction Program. Thank you.
Merci, Michael.
Thank you, Michael. In the next few slides, I will be talking about the recent progress on the east extension.
Right now, we have 6 vehicles awaiting production at the Brampton facility. 3 are in production, including retrofit work here in Ottawa. 4 are undergoing dynamic testing, and 5 are in the final stages of acceptance. In total, we have accepted 20 vehicles, and these are incorporated into the overall fleet to provide service on lines 1 and 3 for a total fleet count of 54 vehicles. So just as a reminder, on stage 1, we had 34 vehicles that were delivered as part of the stage 1 program, and stage 2 requires for the delivery of a total of 38. Next slide, please. In the next few slides, I will provide an overview of the steps we are taking towards passenger service for the East Extension. This is high-level information, and our team will be providing a technical briefing with more details in the future. Next slide, please. So a reminder, our key partners for the Line 1 East Extension are different than for Lines 2 and 4. The city's key partner for the extensions of Line 1 and 3 are the East-West Connectors through their subsidiary Kiewit Eurovia Vinci, or KEV. KEV is responsible for the design, building, and financing of the East and West extensions for Line 1. The other key partner is Rideau Transit Maintenance, who are responsible for the maintenance for the existing Line 1 and for both extensions. And lastly, the city is the owner overseeing the program administration, implementation, and operation. Next slide, please. So here I want to highlight some of the differences in the pathway to revenue service for the East Extension compared to the South Extension. On the top of your screens is the process required for the South Extension. And on the lower half of the screen is the new process for the East Extension. For the East Extension, the process goes from testing and commissioning to substantial completion, which is EWC's responsibility, and happens before trial running. Once substantial completion is achieved, we move to the pre-trial running and trial running phases, which have components that EWC, RTM, and the city are responsible for. And this is something I want to highlight here. Trial running is after substantial completion. After the completion of trial running, we move to safety approvals and revenue service for the East Extension. For these milestones, there are components for both the city and RTM. Next slide, please. So to get into a little more detail of where we're at now, we are working on the progress of the East Extension and are currently in the testing and commissioning and Line 1 integration phase. As work continues in this phase, there will be a small number of occasions where service on Line 1 will need to be adjusted to ensure that the integration work can occur safely and complex systems are integrated properly. When this work does occur, our team will provide as much notice as possible to customers using all our communication channels, and we will explore every possibility to minimize impacts to customers. After testing and commissioning and the Line 1 integration phase, we move towards substantial completion. The importance of substantial completion is to validate that the system infrastructure, as designed and built by EWC, meets the requirements of the project agreement. This is a contractual milestone and does not mean that the system is ready for customers. There are still important elements left. After substantial completion, the project moves to the pre-trial running phase, which will take between 5 to 10 days. And this will verify that the system is ready for trial running. Trial running will start after pre-trial running has been completed and will last, according to the project agreement, for a minimum of 21 days. Currently, we are working with our partners to finalize the details of this plan. The penultimate phase is for safety approvals. This includes confirmation from the independent safety auditor that the system is safe for passenger service. During this time, various activities will also take place as we get the system ready for customers. I know we have a lot of information here, and our team will be hosting a technical briefing in the coming months to provide more detailed information on the path to revenue service. Next slide, please. So I want to take the opportunity today to provide a brief update on the remaining works for the South Extension. Next slide, please. We continue to work closely with TransitNext to close out all remaining works. This includes updating software to improve the accuracy of the passenger announcements at terminal stations, updating software to improve the accuracy of onboard passenger information displays. We are working on retrofits to the switch components, also known as the Rail Frog by Beach Street, installing a bearing condition detection system, and working to finalize the video and voice recorder system. In the coming months, remaining landscaping works will be completed. We are also in the process of modifying the software on the new Stadler Flirt trains to reduce the volumes of the bells. This brings us to the end of our presentation. Thank you, and I will now hand back to Chair Gower.
Thank you very much for the extensive update. Councillor Hill is up first.
Thank you very much, Chair. I noted early on in the presentation, you spoke about the West Extension. It spoke to the target timelines for testing and the process out to Moody, but I didn't see anything about Algonquin College or Baseline. I'm assuming that's in the same timeline, or can you speak to the testing evaluations and the process going out to Algonquin Station?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for the question. I can talk broadly about what we are targeting for that period of time when we go through substantial completion, through trial running into revenue service. We're looking at the winter between 26 and 27. So leading into Q1 2027.
Thank you. And as you're looking to start the testing east, have you identified the root cause of the Confederation line derailments to date?
Okay, thank you, Chair, for the question. If I may, I'd like to hand that question over for a response to Marco, the Director of Transit Engineering Services.
Yeah, Chair, thank you so much for the question. As you're aware, we have received root cause analysis by the vehicle manufacturer, which is Alstom. We've received multiple further reports, assessment, analysis. However, the responsibility was not clarified in terms of whose initial fault it is. If you may, would like to explain a little bit, as you're aware of the lateral forces, one of the leading contributor factor of the failure of the cartridge bearing axle. If you have a nail and want to push this nail into a wall, you can use your hammer and punches with a big bang into it, and you have a specific force towards it. You can have multiple, small punches like a woodpecker. What we are looking at the wheel bearing is the wear of the axle on the wheel bearing. There is a fatigue damage of this one. So the root cause is a complexity of the frequency of the loads that you are applying. And that is not only the lateral load that is applied on the axle bearing, that's a combination as well on vertical loads, whether it comes from passenger loading, whether it comes from corrugation, whether it comes from different friction of the rail wheel interface, whether it comes from the stiffness of the ballast, stiffness of multiple elements. What I want to say is there's a frequency spectrum of loads that leads to wear, fatigue wear on the axle where the bearing is located. The good news is we have enough technical content now that we can talk about actions and mitigation. You're aware of one path is the sustainable solution. So we are looking forward on how to have a new design of the axle, including a new bearing, as well other good elements as a sensor, temperature sensor, vibration sensor, and so on. On the other hand, intermediate solution or mitigation are underway as well, whether it's a top of rail lubrication, whether it's changes on the wheel flange lubrication, fixation of the retaining rail, etc., which we are currently implementing. The key element is the monitoring of the wear. Actually, we cannot really look at the fretting there, but the effect of fretting is the play, which we are continuously monitoring in order to state when there has to be a replacement of the bearing.
And from that, from an engineering perspective, do you have a schedule or a projected timeline where you're targeting that you're in a phase where you identify and you can move forward and we can kind of put this behind us?
So what we are looking is the evidence of the implemented mitigation. So it's for us not enough, top of rail, the system is installed. What we want to see is a testing phase and results that come out of this, let's say, top of rail lubrication. Once this is done and we collect all the different mitigation actions, we run through our standard process, which is the safety assurance framework or system. We will run this one as an independent safety assurance with the sign off. It will be finally signed off from Sabrina as the Chief Safety Officer that satisfy our need. Yes, it's safe to bring back into a service operation.
And could you give an estimate of approximately how many axles we've gone through since the derailment?
Until now, we have replaced more than 700 cartridge bearing axle. So one cartridge, the two cartridge are on an axle. So we have done more than 350 axle replacements, mainly on the motor bogie, mainly on the leading sides then.
And who bears the cost of that?
I believe currently it's within the contractor. Okay, I hand over.
Well, Mr. Chair, the cost associated with the axle bearing assembly, all the inspections, replacement parts, all that all resides with RTG and our contractor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to give a special shout out and thank you to the Stage 2 team who I work with sometimes daily as we continue to deal with the construction, particularly the stretch along Richmond Road, but way beyond that with 7 stations in the ward. It's been quite impactful to the communities. And I want to recognize that the communities have been heavily impacted, and we're working with them daily, and the team helps me out. And I just want to point out a couple of things, and bear with me. In terms of the consequential effects of the construction, we've had major fallouts in terms of small businesses in the area who have suffered because of the reconstruction of Richmond Road. And I just wanted to have that acknowledged, that it's been very impactful to those businesses. We've even had one that has left the area because of it. So I just want acknowledgement that this has been problematic, and hopefully we'll be seeing the end of it with a wonderful new reconstructed road of Richmond Road by the end of this year. And secondly, I want to get some acknowledgement that even though it's not directly Stage 2, that We're working with the NCC on pathways on getting to the station. This is still an ongoing issue. And I just want some acknowledgement that we realize that that's important for people to get to these stations when they're completed, particularly around Lincoln Field. So, so that's my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. Just a short list. I'm just curious, are the elevators installed in the Westboro and Kitchissippi stations? No, so those are still to come. Okay, thank you. There was, I think, thought of landscaping on top of the cut and cover tunnel this year. Is that a possibility to start replanting the trees? Is the soil in place there? No way.
Thank you for the question, Chair. So a lot of the area in the Byron Linear Park over top of the parkway is really going to be used for staging to facilitate the revitalizing Richmond Road scope. And so the goal is to get Richmond Road into its final configuration, followed by Byron Avenue into its final configuration. Then we'll be able to move into Byron Linear Park to do the landscaping. But depending on how far work progresses along the Kitchissippi-McCann, there is a chance that we might be able to do some of the landscaping there this year. We'll just have to see how the construction season goes.
Okay, yeah, the KZM is the portion that's within my ward, and I'm keen to see that reforested. So thank you for that. And forgive me, I may have missed it in the last presentation, but this presentation, it's certainly, you know, it's clear now this will be a 2027 trial running revenue service. Do we have permission from the feds to use the Tunney's pasture real estate essentially as long as we need to, or do we face any constraints with respect to that timing?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. I'd have to take that away and come back to you if I may, please. I don't have that detail off the top of my head.
I know the federal partners are very keen and keep trying to get the, you know, we need to get the master plan done for Tunney's pasture. At some point, we're going to have to give that bus loop back. I'm just wondering if that's a constraint, and I would hate to see that bus loop be a constraint on them getting much needed housing built. And forgive, this is probably a dumb question, but the trial running for the East Extension, that will mean it has to be integrated with the stage 1 works. Like it's, you know, that's clearly going to be a requirement that the trains are going to be able to come from the west and go all the way to the east. How does that work in testing? So if you are a customer who is going to Blair Station, you're going to have to get off at Blair. You're not going to be allowed to continue through to Montreal and points further east. Are we going to have to run more trains down there, or how does that work?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. I think I'll provide a limited response to that, where what we want to be able to do is come back in a few months and give a very fulsome update on how we intend to run trial running, because as you've already identified, there are some complexities associated with the trial running plan that will be different to stage 1 and also different to the Trillium line that we just launched. In connection with that specific question, what I can say is that the project agreement, the contract that we have with EWC, does provide that requirement that trial running will incorporate the running of the system between Tunney's pasture and Blair with passengers, but between Blair and Trim without passengers.
Okay.
The how we do that is something that we'll come back with more detailed information.
I'll be curious to see that, and I am pleased to hear it's not an isolated Blair to Trim. It's integrated with the rest of the stage 1. Those are the only questions I had, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are a quorum, so committee members are not allowed to leave. We have 4 in the room and Councillor Menard online. Councillor Brockington, you're next.
Thank you, Jared. Just a few brief questions as well. The steel for the track that's being laid, where is that procured from?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. That's a good question. I know we have all the track. The city was not responsible for making that purchase. That would have been with EWC, and I can come back to you with a response.
Thank you. What were the original opening dates for the western and eastern extensions, and what are the estimated opening dates today for the western and eastern extensions?
Going back to the signing of the contract, then the opening for the east extension was provided for the spring of, or for the first quarter of 2025 for the east. We are now estimating that revenue service will be in Q3, Q4. For the west, at the time of signing, the revenue service was anticipated to be in the winter of 2026, 2027, and we're still targeting that date.
Excellent. Thank you. That's it, Chair.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions. I wanted to mention one thing. We touched on it briefly, the transitway traffic between Lincoln Fields and Dominion. And staff had mentioned there was a change made to signals near Dominion Station to try to keep vehicles moving faster. It's a major route for all buses coming to and from the west end and the south end. And we've seen a major improvement. So that signalization change has made a big difference. I track every day I take it, the time with my stopwatch. And including this morning, the last 3 times have been 4 minutes and 10 seconds, 4 minutes and 5.5 minutes, compared to before that change, and times were often 12 minutes, 15 minutes, 24 minutes was, I think, the worst. So that little signal change made a huge difference. And as we've been talking about reliability and priority bus lanes and priority signals, seems like a low-hanging fruit of things that we should be focusing on at the city, not just OC Transpo, but Public Works as well, to make a big difference for to keep our buses moving and our people moving. Anyhow, thank you for the update on light rail. Is that report received? Received. Thank you. We have no in-camera items. I'm aware of one notice of motion from Councillor Brockington. So we'll go to that.
Thank you, Chair. Whereas reliable public transit service remains a top priority for OC Transpo passengers in the city, and whereas passengers depend on buses arriving on time in order to get to work, school appointments, and other events, whereas unreliable bus service impacts passengers in a myriad of ways, jeopardizing the retention of passengers and challenging the agency to attract new passengers, whereas the city manager confirmed in December of 2024 that at our council meeting that bus reliability in particular remains one of the top priorities for OC Transpo. Whereas within the last decade, there were 3 major periods that have challenged OC Transpo's ability to offer consistent, reliable service. And I won't read it all, but it's in the motion there. Just list the events. Whereas month after month, the subject of bus reliability has been raised at Transit Committee, with the main question being asked, what immediate investments are being made to improve overall bus reliability? Whereas the hiring of mechanics and operators were welcomed investments to the agency, yet according to the most recent metrics presented at the committee, bus reliability has not improved. Whereas the 2025 OC Transpo budget was discussed and debated at the November 2024 Transit Committee and December 2024 City Council meeting, where specific questions about how bus reliability was being prioritized and financed in the budget, but with few details provided. Whereas bus reliability metrics consistently do not meet OC Transpo's performance targets, therefore be it resolved that by October 2025, the GM of OC Transpo present to the committee a detailed plan on how bus reliability will meet or surpass the 85% performance target by December 2027. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so we'll deal with that at the next meeting. Are there any inquiries? And there's no other business. So our next meeting is Thursday, April 10th. Thanks to staff and everyone else for supporting this meeting, and our meeting's adjourned. Have a great day.